If you have testimony you wish to submit for the record, you may do so via email at testimony@council.nyc.gov. And once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. At any time throughout the hearing, please do not approach the dais. We thank you for your kind cooperation. Chairs, we're ready to begin.
Good morning and welcome to our oversight hearing, upgrading school transportation services and rebidding contracts. I'm Rita Joseph, Chair of the Education Committee, and today we are joined with Contracts Committee and Chair Julie Wan. Thank you to everyone who signed up to testify. We're very much looking forward to hearing your testimony. At today's hearing, we will also hear testimony on the following legislation. Intro number 515, sponsored by Councilmember Justin Brennan, and Resolution number 250, sponsored by Councilmember Kevin Riley. We will hear more about this legislation shortly. Today's hearing builds on the work we began nearly 2 years ago, when we last addressed this issue in November 2022. While efforts have been made to improve the reliability of school buses, significant challenges remain. School transportation is essential to ensuring that every student, regardless of their circumstances, has access to education. Chancellor's regulation require New York City Public Schools to provide transportation to all eligible New York City students in public school, charter, and non-public schools. Federal laws provides protections for our most vulnerable students, students in temporary housing, and those with special education needs. School transportation isn't just logistical concern, it is also an equity issue. Bus service delay can disrupt student learning and hinder academic success. My office and committee staff have heard from numerous families and advocates about late arrivals, missed school days, and difficulty accessing services like MetroCards and rideshare reimbursement when buses fail to show up. These are challenges no family should have to navigate. Unfortunately, the system continues to face delays that disproportionately affect our most vulnerable students. This includes both delays in bus arrivals and delays in creating new routes for students to receive bus services at the start of the school year. In particularly, system shortcomings weigh heavily on students with disabilities, many of whom rely on school buses as their only viable option to attend school and receive their federally mandated IEP services. Similarly, students in temporary housing. Students already facing instability in their housing situation should not have to worry about whether they'll be able to get to school on time, if at all. The impact minute in the classroom is a lost opportunity for learning and growth. The impact of these failures extend beyond missed class. Bus service delays disrupt families, affecting work schedules and putting unnecessary burdens on parents juggling numerous responsibilities. In many cases, adding further financial strain. Today's hearing will provide an opportunity to understand the landscape of school transportation services in the city, explore how New York City Public Schools can improve existing transportation services that ensure that equity for all students is prioritized for the rest of the school year. We will also examine the upcoming rebidding school bus contract and how New York City Public Schools can use this opportunity to set a new standard for school bus services in our city. Additionally, we look forward to learning about how NYC Bus, the city-run nonprofit created to improve school bus services, plan to address the persistent challenges that have affected the system. We are particularly interested about the progress of implementing Local Law 32 of 2019, which requires the installation of real-time GPS tracking devices on all school buses, and whether the technology have helped resolve some of these challenges. The law mandates full implementation by the start of 2019 to 2020, yet many students and families still lack access to critical technology 5 years past the deadline. Finally, we will hear testimony on Introduction 515 on local law in relation to requiring the Department of Education to report on school bus transportation services employees. We will also hear testimony on Resolution number 250, which call on the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign. Legislation that would require all school buses operating within the state, regardless of seating capacity, to have a stop arm on each side, and to prohibit any school buses from operating if they do not have functioning stop arms. Thank you to the members of the Education Committee who have joined us today. I would also like to thank committee staff Nadia Jean-Francois, Chloe Rivera, Andrew Lane Lawless, Grace Amato for their work on today's hearings. I also want to acknowledge my other colleagues who are present, Councilmember Juan, Councilmember Ressler, and Councilmember Narcisse. I will now turn to my co-chair, Councilmember Juan, for her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chair Joseph, for your leadership on all critical issues regarding all education in our city. Good morning. It's so good to see you all. My name is Julie Won, and I have the privilege of chairing the Council's Committee on Contracts. I want to give a special shout out to our incoming Chancellor of Education, Melissa Ramos, and I want to also give a big thanks to the Intergov team, Michael Peterson, Naya, Alan. We are so grateful for your partnership, and we look forward to working with you all. As you can see, every single morning I wake up, I have two children, and right now in Sunnyside, there's a shortage of early education seats. Therefore, I have to travel to Woodside, which means that I go towards Eastern Queens, 45 minutes, to drop off my child, and then I have to travel back into the city another 40 minutes to get here. And as you can see, a lot of my colleagues with children, they're probably dealing with school transportation issues to get here on time, but I'm sure they'll be here. As Chair Joseph mentioned, today's hearing is an opportunity to assess the city's progress in improving school transportation services with a particular focus on the contracting process. We will examine the current state of school bus contracts, including the performance of New York, and discuss strategies for enhancing service quality, cost effectiveness, and accountability through the upcoming rebidding process. The city's school bus system transports over 140,000 students daily, nearly 3,500 schools using 9,000 bus routes. This system is a critical component of the city's education infrastructure. However, it has long been plagued by inefficiencies, delays, and rising costs. In the 2023 to 24 school year alone, we saw over 80,000 reported delays, significantly impacting our students' education and their families' daily lives. The contracting process for school bus services has been particularly problematic, with issues ranging from the lack of transparency to inadequate performance metrics to track services failures when they do occur. In 2020, the city took a bold step by establishing NYCS Bus, a nonprofit entity to oversee school bus operations. This $890 million contract to operate about 10% of the city's school bus routes runs through June 2026 and was intended to provide greater control and flexibility over the school bus system. However, questions remain about its effectiveness and financial sustainability. As we approach the rebidding of school bus contracts, we need to make sure that we learn from both the successes and failures of the NYCS bus model. One of our primary concerns is the structure and duration of these contracts. We need to strike a balance between providing stability for vendors and maintaining a flexibility to adapt to changes, particularly important given the unique transportation requirements of our driver student population, including the nearly doubled number of students in temporary housing assigned to yellow school buses over the past 3 years as a direct result of the ongoing migrant crisis. Currently, School District 30, which overlaps with my council district, has the highest amount of migrants who are registered to the DOE system, as well as School District 24, which has a very high influx of migrants as well. And now with District 30, and my council district 26, it has now been enrolled into the 30-60-day rule. So students are being evicted out of their homes that they have lived in for more than a year within 60 days now, creating incredible amounts of instability for students who have now been in the same schools for over 2 years. The city comptroller's concerns about the lack of transparency in the NYCS bus contract underscores the need for greater openness and transparency in DOE's procurement process. Persistent delays and systemic inefficiencies highlight the need for robust, enforceable performance standards. How can we ensure fiscal responsibility while maintaining a high level of service for our students that our students deserve? Additionally, the delayed implementation of GPS tracking systems mandated by Local Law 32 of 2019, we're now in 2024, demonstrates the challenges we face in modernizing our school bus fleet. As we structure the upcoming school bus contracts, we must consider how to incorporate and enforce the adoption of essential technologies that improve safety, efficiency, and communication with students and their families. It may have been faster to just put an air tag on the buses or on the kids. Finally, the city has pledged to fully electrify the school bus by 2035. How will this ambitious goal be reflected in our new contracts? What incentives or requirements should we include to encourage vendors to transition to electric buses? These issues are not just administrative concerns, they have real daily impacts on our city's families. Students with disabilities and those in temporary housing are particularly vulnerable to transportation disruptions. Our contracting process must prioritize their unique needs and ensure reliable, safe transportation. Today, we have an opportunity to address these issues and chart a path forward to more efficient and equitable school transportation services in New York City. I look forward to hearing from DOE and MOX to engaging in a productive discussion on how we can improve our school bus contracting processes to better serve our students, families, and communities. Before we begin, I would like to thank the committee staff, Senior Counsel Alex Polinoff, Policy Analyst Alex Yablon, Financial Unit Head Florentine Cabor, and my Legislative Director, Nelly Vera Martinez, for their hard work in putting together today's hearing. I'll now turn it back to Chair Joseph. Thank you.
I will now read a statement on behalf of Councilmember Riley. Colleagues, as a father, the safety of our children hits home for me, as I'm sure it does for many of you and our residents. Our top priority must always be protecting our youth, which is why I'm urging you to support 250-2024. This legislation requires that all school buses, no matter their size, be equipped with stop arms on both sides. School buses transport millions of students daily, and we have a responsibility to ensure that every ride is as safe as possible. Stop arms are a critical safety measure, providing a clear signal to drivers that they must stop when children are boarding or disembarking. This one small step can prevent accidents and save lives. As a parent, I know the peace of mind that comes from knowing your children are safe, and this bill will help give that assurance to countless New York families. Requiring functional stop arms on all buses will standardize safety across the board and hold operators accountable to the same high standard, ensuring that our scholars travel to and from schools with the utmost protection. In addition, regular inspection and proper maintenance, so we never have to worry about broken or malfunctioning equipment. I urge you as both a council member and a father to support Resolution 2050-2024. Together we can strengthen the safety of our school transportation system and protect our children's safety. I would like to remind everyone who wishes to testify in person today that you must fill out a witness slip, which is located at the desk of the Sergeant at Arms near the entrance of this room. Please fill out the slip even if you've already registered in advance that you will be testifying in person today. If you wish to testify on Introduction 515 or Resolution 250, please indicate on the witness slip whether you are here to testify in favor or in opposition to the legislation. I also want to point out that we will not be voting on any legislation today. To allow as many people as possible to testify will be limited to 3 minutes per person, whether you're testifying in person or on Zoom. I am also going to ask my colleagues to limit their questions and comments to 5 minutes. Please note that witnesses who are here in person will testify before those who are signed into the Zoom webinar. I will now turn it over to Committee Counsel Nadia Jean-Francois to administer the oath.
Good morning. Now, in accordance with the rules of the council, I would administer the affirmation to. I will call on each of you individually for a response. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees and to respond honestly to council member questions? Glenn Risbrook?
I do.
Flavia Puello Perdomo? James Sarkis?
I do.
John Benson?
I do.
Tamara Mayer? Dr. Cheryl Lawrence? John Hammer? Famida Salim? I think I got everyone. Thank you, and as a reminder to all of our witnesses, please state your name prior to your testimony for the record. If anyone here requires an accessible version of a presentation given at today's hearing, please email testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, testimony@council.nyc.gov. When you're ready, you may begin your testimony.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Joseph, Chair Wan, and all the members of the Committees on Education and Contracts here today. My name is Glenn Risbrook. I am the Senior Executive Director for Student Transportation for New York City Public Schools. I'm happy to be joined by John Benson, Deputy Senior Executive Director of Student Transportation, John Hammer, Chief of Division of Inclusion and Accessible Learning, Dr. Cheryl Lawrence, Office of School Health, Medical Health Director, and Tamara May, Senior Director of Program and Implementation. I'd like to thank Chair Joseph and the Council for their long-standing partnership to ensure our students have safe and reliable bus transportation. Getting students to school safely and on time is essential for success in the classroom. My team works tirelessly every day on two fronts: making our existing operation function as seamlessly as possible for our students and families, while also focusing on modernizing and reimagining transportation so that we can prevent some of the common problems families face. While there is more work to be done, our team has made important progress. As part of our effort to modernize our system and improve our communication with families, we launched New York City School Bus app powered by 57,000 parents download the app. 18,800 parents have logged into the app so far this academic year. Years ago, families waited for 35 minutes or more. Now we see average wait times of 30 seconds or less. To provide better responses to parents, we have also launched online support hub, which lets parents report transportation issues and track resolution status online rather than waiting on the phone. To respond to the ongoing driver shortage, which causes certain routes to be out of service while drivers are absent, we have developed a prepaid rideshare option for families. We are excited to announce that we've worked with the MTA to roll out student Omni cards, which let eligible students use up to 4 taps each day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We provide over 500,000 student Omni passes, and our students have taken 2.5 million public transit trips thus far this year, a 36% increase over the same time frame last year. Thanks to the Council's help and advocacy, we have also worked with EDC to help secure discounted ferry codes for high school students across the city. As I said, we have more work to do. I would like to talk about yellow bus service across New York City schools and some of the steps that we would like to take to make it better for our students and families. It is important to emphasize that our school bus operation is massive and complex. And there's a slide that we can show, the first one. New York City Public Schools contracts with one of the largest bus fleets in the world. Every day, 52 school bus vendors transport over 145,000 district school, charter school, and non-public school students to over 3,000 schools using over 9,000 routes, which each run twice a day. In addition to crisscrossing almost every street in the 5 boroughs, some of those bus routes extend into Long Island, Westchester and Rockland counties, out to New Jersey, up in Connecticut. The number of students change every day, as do our routes, and new students enter our system. Students move and need to be dropped off at new addresses. And as students' IEP and transportation services, they need change as well. As New York City Public Schools has welcomed new asylum-seeking families, the number of students in temporary housing receiving busing has grown by 98% over the past 3 years. For the first 2 weeks of this school year, our team saw over 1,000 new requests for bus services every single day. Despite the constant shift of students, the overall number of students we bus has not changed dramatically over the years. However, the number of bus routes that we have run has increased significantly. The reasons for this are complicated. Bus students travel farther to school than they used to. We bus significantly more to significantly more sites, and we see more students with limited time travel on their IEPs, among other factors. With more routes needed, we run up against another issue, a national bus driver shortage. Though New York City has not been hit as hard as other school districts across the country, we do not have enough bus drivers to cover the total number of routes we would like to run. We are currently about 300 bus drivers short, which means we do not have enough backup drivers to cover when drivers call out sick or when we need to add new bus routes. As I mentioned, New York City Public Schools uses 52 contracted vendors to provide bus service. We have some bus contracts that have been in place and extended for 45 years without being rebid. A lot has changed in 45 years. We offer summarizing programs that end at 6 p.m., as well as after-school programs during the year. With more students riding buses over the summer, there's a greater need for air conditioning. New York State has passed a law requiring us to electrify our bus fleet. We now have GPS tracking on all our buses. Furthermore, we would like to give new vendors, including MWBE companies, the opportunity to bid and compete for this work. Unfortunately, our 45-year-old contracts makes adapting to these changes and other changes very difficult. New York City Public Schools has chosen to extend our contracts for so long because of a set of terms in these contracts called Employee Protection Provisions, or EPPs. EPPs help ensure that if a bus company loses business, its drivers and attendants are prioritized for work by other bus companies. We do not want to remove this protection, especially during a driver shortage. And the last time the city put out bids without EPPs, our bus drivers went on strike and to try to keep these protections in place. However, unfortunately, New York State Supreme Court has ruled that under current state law, new bus contracts cannot contain EPPs. This means New York City Public Schools is stuck between a rock and a hard place. We can keep EPPs by continuing to extend our existing contracts as we have done for 45 years, or we can take this protection away from our bus drivers and risk interruptions in service as our drivers fight to keep these protections in place. The state can help. New York State can change state law to authorize New York City to include EPPs in its bus contracts. The city has previously worked with the state legislature and as recently as last year to pursue legislation to make this possible. And we intend to continue working with the state, as well as unions that represent our drivers and attendants, to get this legislation passed. New York City Public Schools wants to rebid as quickly as we can, but we wanted the ability to include EPPs in these contracts when we do. We've reached out to our current bus companies to discuss a short extension yet again, while we pursue state legislation change on EPPs again this year. I would like to thank you all for the time and advocacy on behalf of the students and families of New York City, and my colleagues and I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of questions on how many students currently receive bus services?
Approximately 145,000 students are receiving bus services right now. This includes our students that are in New York City public schools, as well as students in charter schools, non-public schools, who are required to be bused by state law.
And the whole 45,000 include all non-public schools,
Yes.
charter schools, and public schools?
Yes, it does.
But how many students, though? Because that's the number of schools. Do you have the number of students who are on the buses?
145,000.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. How does New York City Public Schools determine bus routes? Can you walk us through that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Chair. How we determine bus routes, it depends on logistically where the student lives and the school of enrollment, as well as the schools that are in proximity to the school of enrollment. And we design our bus routes accordingly, depending upon efficiency and, of course, the capacity of the vehicle.
I have a quick scenario for you. Students living in Brooklyn, going to school in Manhattan, has to be on the bus by 6, but gets to school every day at 8:20. What's the problem? That's a 2-hour ride. If the kid could get on public transportation, it wouldn't take him 2 hours. Walk us through that process.
Well, yes, understandably that is a long ride. But of course, the buses have to traverse through the streets, pick up other students along the way. And usually we try to keep interborough transportation, as you're mentioning, to 2 hours. That's our guideline. But depending upon traffic conditions and other reasons, sometimes that route will go a little longer than that. But the guide is interborough transportation will not exceed 120 minutes.
2 hours, but yet on the child's IEP, they're mandated to be on that bus just for an hour. How does that work?
Well, if the student is traversing from Brooklyn to Manhattan, a lot of times that we do our best to try to meet that as much as possible, what's in the IEP. But sometimes we find that because of traffic patterns and other reasons, we may not always meet that, but we do strive to meet what the IEP mandates say.
Yeah,
And as we go further, we will talk about limited time travel and what.
Yeah, because
impact
limited
that
time
has.
on the IEP, these are legally mandated documents, as we always discuss.
Understood.
Yeah, so we got to definitely work on that. Is there maximum length for a route in terms of time and distance? What's the maximum length for a route?
All right. Well, length and then time are two different things. If we, like I said, in borough, if with the student without an IEP mandating limited time travel, in borough, the standard that we try to use is no more than an hour and a half within borough. Out of borough, like I said, is up to 2 hours.
Is there a maximum number of stops?
Well, the stops will be determined based on efficiency. That will determine the amount of stops that we put on a bus route. There's no maximum or minimum.
There's no, it's flexible? Is
It's
that what you're saying?
flexible depending upon what the logistics are. The distance between the school and the home of the first student will determine how many stops subsequently could be on a route that will get the route to school on time.
Is there a maximum number of stops that a bus is supposed
No,
to make?
there is no maximum or minimum amount of stops.
And how many students can be on at a bus one time? Give us a range.
Well, it depends. Our Type C, if we're talking about general ed busing, our Type C buses can take as many as 55 students. For special education, our curb to school could take as many as 45 students. But it depends what the circumstances are. For our non-ambulatory kids, students, the buses may take as little as 5 or 6 students. It depends what the vehicle is. and
Depends
what
on the vehicle type, okay. And what's the number of schools? What's your maximum number of schools?
Well, that will also depend on the proximity of the schools that we're servicing. We can put 2, 3, 4 schools if they're all very close to each other. And the session time will also matter about whether or not we route schools together. But we often do route more than one school on a route.
And can one bus serve multiple schools?
Yes, yes.
Can you give us an example what that look like?
Sure. We will have students on a route that will have a session time of 8 o'clock to a school in District 30, and then another school that may be down the block with a session time of 8:15. So all the schools, all the students that are in proximity that bus route can reach We'll be able to pick up both sets of students, drop off one set of students at 8 o'clock, and then traverse to the other school and drop those kids off at 8:15.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. I want to acknowledge Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Hanif, and Councilmember Lee. And
I just have a follow-up question for the bus routes themselves. What are you using to ensure efficiency in these bus routes? Are you manually doing this with a person? Are you using a software? What are you doing for the logistics of figuring out what the best bus routes are?
Well, just to mention that in my testimony, I mentioned VIA for schools. That is where we are moving toward as we modernize our bus software, and that software will be able to help us create routes more efficiently. Currently, general ed students are routed on the software that does the measuring and the timeliness, and they use that software. For our curb to school special education, our software currently doesn't have that tool, and that's why it's very important that we do continue the modernization with.
So you are using a software or you're not?
Well, for our general ed kids, we do, that software includes the question you asked for how this logistically and the timeliness and all that stuff is measured. We use other logistic software like Google Maps and those kinds of things as well. So it's done manually, and it's also done through the software for our general ed students.
So you're using Google Maps and you're also doing it manually. So someone is sitting there with, if you say there's 50 students on this route, on this single bus, someone is manually typing in their addresses, trying to see add stops and figuring out what the best route is?
No, that's downloaded into our system, and those students will show up on the map where they live and how they traverse.
So what is the name of the system?
Well, one system is called Edulog, which is the application for our general ed students, and the other application is Fox Pro, which we use for our curb to school students. But as I mentioned, both of those will sunset, and we will migrate over to VIA for schools.
Okay, so Fox Pro is going to be sunset?
Yes, both.
Both Edulog and Fox?
Yes, and
okay.
everything will be done in one system.
And it's going to be moved to where?
VIA for schools.
VF?
VIA, VIA for schools.
Okay, thank you.
all right. So we're going to be double teaming today. How do the different cost models, including daily route rate, reimbursement of costs per student, per day, impact overall efficiency and budget predictability?
Well, the actual cost, and I can go through that with you now, that for general ed students, it's $26 per student. For our special education students, it costs $104 per student. And of course, that has to do with the need for attendance and also...
Can you speak into the mic a little?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
The curb to school students bus routes are $104 per student, and that includes the attendant and however we have to comply with the mandate. So that's why it costs more for our curb to school students. But that does not. And also our general ed students have different. A routing policy and transportation policy. In other words, the general ed busing for stop to school is strictly within district busing. So the bus routes are naturally shorter in length and time. Curb to school can traverse, as I said in my testimony, across the city into upstate, into New Jersey, into Long Island as well. So those routes are longer. So if you're saying which is more efficient, then I would probably have to say the general ed would be, because it's in district and it costs less to traverse each student.
So $104 per special education students.
Yes.
And does that come with a nurse? Does that come with a paraprofessional? And I'm sure if I were to reach out to some special education students, which we've been hearing a lot, have not been able to get on the bus.
I can't speak to if there's, it costs us in our contract $104 per student for special education, and that's whatever is included with this in the mandate for the student.
I'm gonna have a follow-up. Which model seems more cost-effective?
I would say stop to school general ed busing. As I mentioned, it was $26 per student.
So does including charter school and public school students on the same route affects the ride time?
Thank you for the question. No, it doesn't, Chair. Schools, no matter what type of school it is, it's routed completely the same. It's based on logistics and the distance between the school and the student's home.
So, for instance, does it significantly elongate the student's school ride because of the different routes? We talked about earlier about some of the routes are an hour and a half, some are 2 hours. What is the longest a student had ever stayed on a school bus?
I don't have that information on what the longest would be.
You'll get that back to me. That would
I
be
certainly
great.
will.
Yeah, because I wanted to know what's the average ride for students between public schools and charter schools, but you're telling me on the record that it's the same.
It would be the same. It wouldn't matter what school it is. But I will just add this about the reason why we are upgrading our software. For our general ed students, we are able to actually calculate the time because they actually have time parameters within the program. And our general ed students usually traverse between 36 and 40 minutes is usually the length of time because it's in district. Our curb to school software does not have that actual ability at this point. So that will come with the migration into VIA.
How many students receive IEP mandated bus services?
66,000.
66,000. How many of them are pre-K?
Not of 66,000, excuse me, is my other school-age students. 10,000 is the pre-K.
You have 10,000 pre-K?
Yes, about 10,000 plus.
And how many of them are school-aged?
School-age is 66,000.
Of the school-age students receiving IEP mandated bus service, how many attend District 1 through 32?
Approximately 23,700, so 785 is what I have.
And how many attend District 75?
25,576 at this moment.
Can you repeat that number and a little louder into the mic, please?
25,576 at this moment.
And how many of them attend charter schools?
2,983.
And how many of them attend approved non-public schools or state-supported schools?
Approximately 8,600.
And how many of them attend private schools?
That's embedded in that 8,600.
And how many of the students in temporary housing are receiving bus services?
Right now, about 14,152.
And of those students, how many reside in DHS shelters?
5,397, Chair.
And non-shelters? Non-DHS shelters?
8,673, Chair.
And how many reside in HRA contracted domestic violence shelters?
About 135.
And about students in temporary housing, how many of them are IEP mandated as well?
About 4,900.
How many students receive bus service through exception request process?
For temporary housing, through the exception, we received about 3,327 exception requests.
And how about medical?
We don't have any at this moment.
Quick question for you. We had a lot of calls about that. Parents, students who need to travel with a paraprofessional. How does that work?
Well, on the routing end, is when the student will have that the need for a para in his student record, and then when we route making sure that there is the capacity for the student and the paraprofessional. But I'll turn it over to my colleague to go through.
Thank you.
John Hammer.
Good morning, Chair Joseph. Thank you for the
Morning.
question. John Hammer, Chief of the Division of Inclusive and Accessible Learning. Our paraprofessionals are some of our hardest working members of our schools, and the arrangement of transportation paraprofessional services has been one that historically has been a bit of a challenge for our schools to arrange for students. And that's our schools are asking our paraprofessionals in after a very long day of supporting students in the school to work, go to the child's home in advance of the school day, travel back with that student after the school day. And the vast majority of schools are doing this very well. And so schools will, as students are recommended, those schools will post locally for the transportation paraprofessional to fill that mandate. Many of our paraprofessionals, our schools are stepping forward and are doing that work. In the event that a full-time paraprofessional cannot be identified at that school, a substitute paraprofessional will be, a school will seek to secure a substitute paraprofessional to step in and fill that need. And so that is happening in our schools each and every day. In the event that the school is not able...
How many paras do you have doing
Yes,
that job currently accompanying students?
So right now, there are around 2,800 students that are recommended for IEP paraprofessionals, and schools have not been able yet to secure paraprofessional services for around 330 students. Those students are in the process of getting arranged services through our contracted agencies, and so that work is ongoing right now. In the interim, our schools have offered those families rideshare services, and so many of our families are taking advantage of that while our contract agencies are being called on to secure transportation paraprofessionals for these students.
And what about students who need nurses?
So nursing, I'll just call on my colleague in the Office of School Health to take that question.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Lawrence. I'm the medical director for the Office of School Health. Regarding nursing, your question was regarding how many?
Yes, ma'am. How many students are accompanied with nurses?
We have currently about 128 transportation nurses for students this school year.
And they have been on buses since the start of the school year?
I don't have the exact number in terms
We have to
of,
swear you in before you could
No, she was
answer.
one.
Oh, she was? Oh, okay, sorry.
I don't have the exact number in terms of how many nurses, in terms of the start of the school year that haven't received, but we know that a few of them are still being reviewed. So in terms of, as of Friday.
And while they're being reviewed, what happens to the student trying to get to school?
That's a complicated question. So in terms of a student that is still waiting for a review, they may attend school if they do not need a nurse. It's a few parts to that question. So if a student is being reviewed and it is determined that the student does not need a nurse and that a para can provide the services, then the student will be referred for para services so that they can attend school. If a student requires a nurse, then the process to obtain a nurse is made for that student. But
How long
every
does a
effort-
student wait? How long is the wait?
That's variable because the review process is relatively quick.
How long is the review process?
That can take anywhere from a few days to maybe a week or more if you have to be able to get in touch with the provider to be able to obtain any clarification of the order. But once that is done, that process is then to obtain the nurse, and those are typically agency nurses that we get from our contracted services.
How long does it take to get a nurse?
So in terms of getting a nurse for contracted services, the difficulty isn't requesting, but once a nurse is identified, then the parent is given the opportunity to determine if they like that nurse. And sometimes they do not like that nurse, and you have to go back in the pool and obtain other nurses. I mean, we do have a nursing shortage, so we have to admit that piece, but we go out to multiple agencies to be able to identify a nurse that fits the needs of that child.
And I'm going to go back to my original question. How long does it take for that child to get to school if a nurse is not provided?
That is a barrier, and we have to acknowledge that, but that can be variable. So it really depends on when the services are able to be obtained. So it can be as long as a few days, it can be as long as a week, because of all of the other points that I mentioned before as to why a nurse may not be assigned to that student on time.
What's the longest a student had to wait for a nurse?
I'll have to get back to you on that, but I'll be honest with you, it's variable. So it can be a few days, like I said, and it could be much longer. We've had...
What does much longer look like?
If a nurse is identified for a child and the parent does not like the nurse, we will have to keep searching for another nurse, and that can take a number of weeks if the parent doesn't like the child.
So 30 days, a child not in school because there's no nurse. Is that possible?
It is possible.
And
It
what do
is
we do
possible.
meanwhile?
In the meanwhile, we try to, what we have been doing is trying to figure out if there are other services that student needs in the meantime, such as if the student requires home instruction in the interim, if the student can have, I mentioned before, if they can get a para in the interim, but every effort is made to ensure that the student is able to attend school. One of the things that we're able to do as well is, in some instances, the one-to-one nurse is not needed. And if the one-to-one nurse is not needed because there is a nurse already in the school, we will provide additional services such as the para for them to attend. But every effort is made for them to attend.
Please get that information back to us. I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Dinowitz and Councilmember Brewer. I'm going to pass it over to Councilmember.
I have a few follow-up questions. For students in temporary housing, right now, as of March 2024, New York City Public Schools testified that there are about 36,000 migrant students as of the last school year. You just testified that the number of students residing in DHS shelters were about 5,397. Can you help me understand where the gap is? Because in my district alone, if I have 28 shelters, majority family shelters, and now we've gone a few months of 60-day turnover, I know that those students are still registered in my school, which means that an estimate of at least like 3,000 students in my school district alone, in District 30, has more than 5,000 students who have now been displaced outside of my district, Western Queens, and have to be bused to school. So can you help me understand the accuracy of the 5,397 number for the school bus? And how it's so low for the entire city when pretty much every single shelter that has families has now been displaced?
Well, those are students who, thank you for the question. Those are students that have, that we have exceptions for, but there are students that receive busing that get it through their IAPs or through their grade and distance as well, so those are not in that number.
Okay, because our questions are for students in temporary housing and disabilities. So not students in temporary housing with disabilities. So are you telling me that the 5,000 number are for students who are in DHS shelters and also have disabilities or with IEPs? Because I'm looking for the overall number. Chair Joseph was asking how many students overall are in DHS shelters.
I don't have the number of students overall that are in the shelter. Sorry.
Okay.
Good morning, Flavia Puello, and I'm the chief for the Office of Community Supports and Wellness. So to your specific questions, in DHS, there are currently 38,800 and, 38,922 students.
Who are currently enrolled in our school system.
Correct.
And out of the 38,922, how many of them are receiving school bus services to their schools?
I think this is what my colleague was flagging. So I think what I heard him say was that around those students, you mentioned over 5,000 were routed in buses. The other thing is like this includes the aggregate. So meaning that only K through 6 students are the one who receive buses. The number that I gave you includes all the age ranges.
Right, and we're trying to figure out how out of almost 40,000 students, only 5,000 of them get bus services, even though we know that majority of the children, especially from K to 6, who qualify for bus services have been displaced all throughout the city, especially from one borough to another. That's the number we're looking for.
Again, the number that I mentioned was overall in all the shelters. In all the shelters, we have 14,152 students who use busing. In the DHS shelters, it's 5,937.
Okay, so the overall, all shelters including HPD, OEM, DHS, it's 14,000 students who are receiving bus services throughout the city out of almost 40,000. That's still a very small percentage, so I am still very concerned about how these migrant students are getting to school from different
Again,
boroughs.
we bus students in temporary housing that are in grade ranges K through 6, and then 7 and 8 if they have an IEP. So I don't know why there would be, what the gulf is. I'll certainly go back, but that is the number that we have.
Understood. Because I just want to put on the record that with almost 40,000 students, so 38,922, only 14,000 of them are receiving bus services. And we know that there are more than 14,000 students that are in the K to 6th grade level, so that's why it's concerning to hear.
One more thing, Chair. Some of our students also take Omni. They also take Omni cards to go back and forth to school, and they're all on buses.
So we're hearing directly from principals as well as parents and students who do not have Omni cards this school year. So we're gonna get into that, but just to continue, there are significant challenges for students with disabilities and students in temporary housing. Can you provide what civic provisions will be included in the new contracts to better serve these students specifically for the issues that the Chair Joseph was asking about?
What I can say, what provisions will be in a new contract, a new future contract, will be yet to be determined. I cannot say that right now, but flexibility is definitely the goal in our contracts to help us service some of this changing environment for the students in temporary housing, but actual provisions that would be in an upcoming contract will be yet to be determined.
So currently, what are the requirements for training for attendants or drivers to be able to handle the students with disabilities?
We currently partnering with the Special Education Office to provide training to bus staff on how to handle our students with disabilities. Training in glucagon administration, drivers and attendants transporting DOE students with a diabetes medication administration, and drivers and attendants given diabetes quick action guide. OPT conducts 2 trainings annually, and the state also mandates refresher trainings twice annually for all bus employees. School bus drivers, moreover, also have to be certified by 19A unit in New York City Department of Motor Vehicle, and all drivers must go through the same fingerprinting and background check access as as DOE employees have to do as well. And on top of state background checks and federal FBI criminal history review as well.
Could you be a little bit more specific on what you mean by flexibility and how we're going to work with the school bus contracts to be able to, especially for students in temporary housing, on the new contracts, how are you going to be able to add and modify the routes very quickly?
Again, any provision in a new contract is yet to be determined. I can't say that right now.
So you aren't aware of how you're going to write in language that is going to provide you the flexibility?
What I can say is that flexibility will be part of any new contract, but what language that will be negotiated and agreed to, I cannot tell you at this time.
So how are you doing that now? Even within last school year when the 60-day rule was implemented for shelters, how did you modify your bus contracts without amending the school bus contracts to be able to bus these kids to school from different boroughs?
Well, we did not, thank you for the question, we did not modify our contracts or amend the contracts. That's why it's so important, Chair, that we get this legislation passed for EPP so we can actually rebid our contracts and have the contracts in a fashion that will better service not just the students in temporary housing, but all our students.
So am I understanding correctly that the legacy contracts could not be modified, therefore, how did the students get on the buses to go to school then? Did you just not give them bus service for those who are in temporary housing, or did you have to create a new contract for these students who were being transferred into different public housing every 60 days?
No, we comply with state and local laws pertaining to busing students. So when the students move from one shelter to the next, once we get a new address, we route these students as quickly as possible.
But you just said that you couldn't make amendments to the existing contracts, so.
I don't know if you're misunderstanding. What I'm saying is that we bus students, when students transfer from one shelter to the next, then we react and reroute those students. And then we bus students according to state and local law.
Yes, the state and local law requires that we bus the students. But what I'm trying to understand, the knowledge gap is you're saying that the legacy bus contracts can't be modified right now. So how have you been busing these students without modifying the contracts?
There's provisions within the current contract that requires the bus companies to bus students.
So there's enough flexibility currently within the existing contracts to modify your bus routes quickly to make sure that all these students within the existing contracts can get to school?
We can change routes if that's what you're referring to.
Okay.
Yeah, we can change routes, but that's something different than changing provisions in a contract.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Earlier, you testified that New York City Public Schools received 3,000 exception requests for busing. In that total number of requests received, if so, how many students received busing as a result of the request?
We received a total of 3,327 requests for transportation through the exception application. But we bus 14,152 because a lot of students we traverse have their busing through their IEPs and through grade and distance eligibility.
But how many of them have received the bus? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm not aware, Chair, of any student that if we didn't have bus service available to them within 7 to 10 days was not offered rideshare to fill that gap. So I'm not aware of anyone has not been provided transportation yet.
I will forward all the emails to you.
Please, and I will.
You've testified you have 128 transportation nurses this year. How many students have IEPs mandating a transportation nurse? I needed that number. My nurse.
There are about 128.
How many?
128 transportation nurses for this school year.
And how many started the school year without a nurse?
I was mentioned before, I don't have that number for you.
And you'll get back to me with
I will
that number?
definitely get back to you.
And I will write up for a follow-up. Currently still waiting to be assigned a nurse on a mandated bus. How many is waiting for an assignment? How many students?
That I do not know as well.
And you will have that
I will
for me.
get that
And you will have
information
that
for you.
before me. If you've never come before me, I like when people come before me, they're prepared. And I usually send the questions in advance. For me, there's no excuse.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you provide more clarity and transparency between the process of obtaining accommodations, such as limited travel time on a bus or the need of a nurse on a bus? What is the process and timeline for receiving approval for limited travel time, and what is the process for students being assigned to a route after limited travel time has been approved? Because we get these requests all the time.
Yeah, I'm happy to walk through the process for the determination, and then I'll hand it over to my colleagues to talk through the assignment process. So limitations on travel time are recommended only when the bus ride exceeding a particular time limitation would not be appropriate due to a student's medical or emotional condition, or would substantially diminish that student's ability to learn. Representative for the Office of School Health will review medical documentation that is submitted by the parent in advance of the IEP meeting. And so families will work with their medical provider to submit a request for a medical accommodation form, a HIPAA form, and any supporting documentation from the physician to help the Office of School Health to make a determination. As the IEP team receives this information, it's handed off to our partners in OSH, who then review that information. They may conduct outreach to the student's medical professional or family to ask any clarifying questions. And again, this happens in advance of the IEP meeting. OSH will then indicate to the IEP team their recommendation based on the documentation that has been submitted. The IEP team will then convene. In the event that OSH disagrees with any of the recommendations that have been provided by the medical professional, OSH will attend that IEP meeting and speak to the IEP team and parents about what they are seeing. And then ultimately that the team will convene and decide around any limited time travel recommendation under 60 minutes. So that is the process for under 60 minutes for limited time travel. And once it is on the IEP, we then hand it off to our partners in OPT, who can talk through the process of arrangement of those services.
So can you walk me through the timeline from the day that they provide a medical notice and HIPAA forms to when they are approved or disapproved for limited travel time? How long does that take?
The approximate timeline for review is anywhere from 10 to 14 days in order for us to review, if we have to get in touch with the provider, or provider to provide us with a response, and then we notify the parent.
And again, can you state the average travel time for students in New York City on a school bus?
With a limited travel time, Chair?
Just
in general?
overall, for all students, what is the average travel time on the school bus?
Again, to my previous answer, for our students that are in general ed, because our software does avail that, it's between 36 and 40 minutes. For our students with IEPs that travel on curb-to-school routing, that's difficult to say because it's ever-changing and we don't have that stop-by-stop time.
Okay, because he just said that the benchmark that you're using is 60 minutes, correct?
For limited time travel recommendations under 60 minutes, this would be the process, that's right.
And average time, even for general ed, is 36 to 40 minutes. So 60 minutes seems like the opposite benchmark that you should be using.
So for limited time travel would be a recommendation for a student that requires specialized transportation, a student with an IEP that requires specialized transportation.
Yes, which is why you would think that the benchmark should be less than the general education time, not more than. So are you looking to change that?
Yeah, I think with any of this, we are looking to reduce the amount of time that students spend on the school bus. And, I can speak to a little bit. I know that our colleagues in OPT are doing a whole lot in order to make that happen. I think that we also just want to acknowledge the need to provide placements to students closer to home. And so for many years, we have been placing students in District 75 schools that are quite far from that child's home, and then we're asking our partners in OPT to arrange for transportation quickly. I think something that we are trying to do now that is important for us to talk a little bit about is opening up highly specialized programs closer to students' homes. This fall, after convening the Special Education Advisory Council, we opened up 36 programs for students with autism that are entering kindergarten within districts 5, 12, and 14. And what we saw through our ability to offer these students high-quality autism programs close to their home is we saw that recommendations for District 75 for these kiddos, they reduced from 56% of students with autism entering kindergarten in these districts last year to 19% this year. And what does that mean in terms of distance to school? Students were traveling 2.7 miles on average last school year, and we were able to reduce that number to 1.5 miles this school year. And so this is a very complex issue, and really our work to provide programs closer to home is really going to support our partners in OPT to do that.
Thank you so much for opening the new programs. Could you, as a follow-up, could you share with me and Chair Joseph a list of the existing 75 schools in all of the school districts across the city so that we can understand where the gaps are and where we need to open more schools so that students with limited time travel needed have options closer to home? I'm going to pass it over to my colleagues to ask a question.
First person on the list, Councilmember Lewis. And acknowledge Councilmember Botcher.
Thank you, Chairs Juan and Joseph, for this hearing, very important hearing. I have 3 quick questions, so I'm going to just ask them all because I know we're limited on time. So I know negotiations are still going with ATU Local 11181 regarding new contracts, and we know that there's a shortage of 300 drivers right now, and we need to fill those gaps. So I wanted to know, how is the DOE addressing the shortage to ensure competitive wages in the new contracts for those drivers? What provisions are being put in place to ensure that contracts comply with labor laws and regulations? And just a quick question on my district. In my district, there's a frequent issue with school buses being abandoned and left parked on residential streets during and after school hours, causing disruptions in the community. What steps is the DOE taking to ensure accountability from school bus operators, including New York City school buses, to prevent this from continuing? And what enforcement measures are in place to address these parking trends? And how is the DOE addressing safety risks associated with school buses being parked in residential areas? And what protocols or regulations does the DOE have within current contracts to ensure school bus drivers adhere to the local residential parking regulations while maintaining the safety of both residents and our scholars? If you need me to repeat any of those, let me know. Thank you.
Maybe, but not just yet. But thank you for the question. Chairs, I want to answer your question directly. I just want to know if I can go back a moment just to clarify some issues with limited time travel. And so that way everyone's clear on what that is,
Chair Wan? He has a question.
I've asked some direct questions, but I want to know if I have a few moments to go back for some clarity on limited time travel. It's very important. One of the issues that I wanted to bring out when you mentioned about the 36 and 40 minutes for general ed is because that's a function of the service that is in district only, that's in district busing only. For our students with IAPs on Curb to School, they travel beyond the district, beyond the borough, and out of state. So it's a different situation. But I do also want to take everyone, please, for a moment, just to understand what limited time travel, how we route it, and what goes in the knowledge to do this. At the beginning of the school year, we have a set of students that require limited time travel. The router will then look for ways to make sure that that student is where he lives, where the route will actually comply with his limited time. In other words, they will try to make sure that the student is the last student that gets on in the morning and the first student that gets off in the afternoon. So what that does sometimes, if they're not able to do that, they have to create routes that take less students in order to accommodate the limited time. What that does also is restricts the amount of resources that we have to bus all our students. So what I'm pointing out here is that we may have 30 students that may be able to fit on one bus, but because of limited time travel, instead of needing one driver in one bus, we may need 3 drivers in 3 buses to accommodate limited time travel. Now, during the school year, and I'll do this as quickly as possible, during the school year, when we receive students that have limited time travel, the router has to go through a different analysis. He has to find a feasible route that services the school and also close to where the student lives. Oftentimes, he will try to find where the student will be able to be the last one on in the morning and the first one on in the afternoon. But most times, he will have to do something called resequencing of the bus route, meaning that the students that were already riding on the bus will now have to have their position or their stop changed in order to accommodate a student in limited time travel. And one of the things that I've been taught as working here in transportation is that consistency for us students, our most vulnerable students, is very important. But what this does is now where a student has been accustomed to a certain pickup time and a certain drop-off time, that changes. Another thing that may happen is that we may have to remove students off an already constructed route in order to accommodate a student with limited time travel. So then what happens there is now the student was accustomed to the driver and attendant, now there's a new driver and attendant. The students were accustomed to their contemporaries that were on the bus, their friends and all that stuff that makes transportation easier for them. That changes. So these are the analysis that we have to go through every single day. Now, multiply that by 6,000. We currently have 6,000 students that require limited time travel on our bus routes. 15 years ago, it was 1,000. So I just wanted to explain what the universe of transportation with students on limited time travel.
Sorry, can you repeat the last number again? You had 6,000
We have 6,000 students currently requiring limited time travel on our bus routes.
And before you used to have
About 15 years ago, it was 1,000.
So with the needs increasing, are you looking at increasing the capacity to meet the needs of the students as well?
Yes, we are, and that's why this bus contract, we need to get EPP so we can have a new contract. We need more capacity, we need more competition, we need to infuse more vendors in order for us to do that. We need more capacity so we can meet the needs of today's student, not the students that we developed these contracts for 45 years ago.
So we got to really reimagine this contract to meet the moment, not just a contract that's, 75 years old?
45,
45 years old.
but it could be 75.
We lived through a global pandemic, so I think it's time. This is a $2 billion industry. We got to get it right for our kids.
Absolutely.
They're kids who this is the only opportunity they get to go into schools.
Agreed.
And it also
Agreed.
seems like we'll have to work together to make sure that more District 75 schools are open in the zones that have either none or too little for the seats that.
One of the things I've been pushing, and Mr. Hammer can agree to that, I'm pushing for more Ames program. They're right here in the district where students don't have to take buses and trains. They can be in community. They can travel with their families to these schools without them having to get on the bus. So we need to advocate for more of that. I had a quick question first, just to follow up on DHS shelter students who are eligible for bus service, but did not have a bus in place the first day of school. And currently, how many students is that?
All students that we received by the deadline, what we had for busing, which we extended to August 26. All those students that we received the request for busing was given transportation. Currently, we're in the third week of school. Currently, we are processing requests now for those students that we were not able to provide busing between 7 and 10 days. They were issued rideshare. I will get for you the exact number of students that you're asking for right after this hearing.
Currently, how many students are still waiting for routes?
Right, we have, the number is about a little over 700 students that we have on rideshare today. 700 students, and we're in the first 3 weeks of school.
And these are the prepaid ride shares?
Yes, ma'am.
Not the reimbursement? How many parents do you have on reimbursement ride shares?
Well, being reimbursed, we're still assessing those numbers for this year, for the school year.
I had a parent wait 2 years to be reimbursed.
Well, we could talk about that just for a second.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
We are assessing, and I want to talk to you what assessing the submissions are. A number of times, we may not receive exactly what is needed in order for our finance department to reimburse a family. Sometimes we get submissions years later. We're receiving submissions this year for busing and missing busing for 2022 and 2023, 2024. So we have to investigate the integrity of the receipts that we receive when we get these submissions late. And then we have to also determine, enrollment or attendance for the student as well. So sometimes it takes some time. But the average turnaround, if we have all the receipts in order and everything that needs to be submitted, is 4 to 6 weeks. So if anything, 4 to 6 weeks is the normal turnaround, yes.
So 2 years is not an average wait time for a parent?
It should not be. That means that there's something that we're doing in investigating the submission that may be holding that up. I will have to know exactly who that is, and I can research that for you.
Yeah, we'll talk about that offline.
Right.
Please,
Yeah,
Councilmember Lewis'
Yes.
question. Sorry about that.
One thing I wanted to clarify.
It was a follow-up, sorry.
With ATU 1181, they're not our employees. They're employees of the bus companies, so therefore their negotiations are with the bus companies. Last year, they ratified a CBA with the bus companies, and all their pay and benefits are through that CBA with the bus companies. We do not affect that.
But what is DOE doing about the shortage?
In drivers?
Yeah.
Well, right now, we work with the bus companies. We discuss plans in the way that they do their hiring. We talk with them about incentives that they can offer. And we try to keep that pressure on them to try to get as many drivers as they can hire as fast as possible. Currently, we have about 150 maybe drivers that are in the pipeline now that we're trying to clear.
You're halfway.
Yeah, but we do often communicate with the bus companies, keep the pressure on, and talk about different ways and incentives to hire bus drivers. But the reality of it is that our drivers have many other options, and that they might want to drive Amazon, or they want to drive the MTA. So that's the pressures that the bus companies are under. So it's not 100% that they can't and they're not trying, but we continue to keep the pressure on and try to have meetings with them as often as possible to talk about different ways that they can.
Maybe they need to put in some competitive wages. The last thing I wanted to ask was regarding the issue I mentioned in my district. If within the contracts that you have within the companies or just within the DOE, what are you doing about safety measures for buses that abandon their buses during the day in residential areas, and how do we address risk that may put between residents and our scholars?
Buses are only allowed to park out away from their garages in the space in front of a school.
Right.
In the footprint of a school is where they can put.
And what if they're not?
Then we follow up with the bus companies, and if it's necessary, we'll apply liquidated damages, which is a monetary fine to the bus companies. We send out inspectors once we find out that there's buses maybe in a certain area that the residents are seeing parked in the street. We send inspectors to verify that. Then we contact the bus companies, and then if it's habitual, we will then apply.
Who on your team can we follow up regarding that?
Myself, Glenn Risbrook.
You got a lot on your plate. Thank you. We'll be in
Yes, I
touch.
do.
Thank you, chairs.
Sorry, could you clarify, what is the current status of the negotiation for ATU Local 1181?
Again, they're not our employees, so we don't negotiate with them at all. They're employees of the bus companies, and they last year they ratified their contract with their bus companies.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ressler?
Thank you so much. I really want to commend Chairs Joseph and Juan for holding this hearing today. Such an important topic. Greatly appreciative of your leadership and oversight on this issue. And I want to thank the team that's here with us, especially from DOE, for their hard work. This is tough stuff. It's complicated. There's no winning. It's hard, and appreciate the efforts. If you were to Google school bus contracts and corruption, it's like every 3 to 5 years, there's a different range of probes, feds finding this, district attorneys looking into that, this office being raided, going back since I was born, right? Like, I would argue that this is one of the areas in city government where we have the most endemic corruption. And especially right now with everything that's going on with this administration, we need to be laser focused on rooting out corruption among every single entity that we are contracting with. So I'm very interested in what's going to happen next year when the school bus contracts are up for renewal and what the DOE is going to do. Have you made a decision yet on the renewal of those contracts?
We have notified our bus companies that we intend to have a short extension.
You're doing an extension?
Yes.
Okay. So back in, help me here, 2021, Nice Bus was created. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you can please amend any characterization I make here, but Nice Bus was created as a kind of quasi-city entity. Multiple city officials are serving on their board, nonprofit organization, to try to bring integrity, competence, and accountability to school busing. Is that fair?
My job is to manage the bus companies to make sure they file the provisions within their contracts.
But I'm just asking, what was the goal in the creation of Nice Bus? It was to bring a nonprofit quasi-city entity with meaningful oversight from the administration, input from the administration that could ensure integrity, competence, accountability in school busing. Is that fair?
I can't speak to what was the reasoning behind that. All I know is that as far as where I sit, is to make sure that where we didn't have transparency in busing, that we will be able to achieve that through Nice Bus, and they will show us the way to help us have transparency with the other bus companies. But the political reasons, I can't help.
So since 2021, or how about this? How many, forgive me if the right question is it number of routes or number of kids that Nice Bus is responsible for on a given day?
Nice Bus has approximately 765 routes on the road every single day.
Has that increased?
Since the inception?
Since 2022, has it been a dramatic increase?
Actually, the number of routes that Nice Bus services every year has actually decreased.
Decreased?
Yes.
Right.
From the beginning.
So that's my problem. I visited with Nice Bus. I've been to Nice Bus. We're talking about former people who have served in your job running this organization. Very competent people. People with integrity, nonprofit organization, real oversight, real accountability, no corruption, no mafia ties, no really deeply troubling activity. They are innovating with the most impressive technology so we know exactly where every student is in real time. They're electrifying school buses. They are doing everything that should be happening in our school bus industry in New York City. And instead of elevating them, instead of making sure that they're taking on more every year, we're giving more of these routes to the corrupt school bus companies. And I find it confounding. Like, to me, we created a real solution. and then have not actually supported it, lifted it up, or made sure that it is operating at the scale that it should. Explain this to me, because I am banging my head against the wall in total confusion at how this could be happening.
Well, the characterization of the bus companies, I don't agree with, but I understand where you're coming from. Nice Bus falls under the same pressures as all the other bus companies. They're unable to hire enough drivers for them to service the routes that they are contracted to serve, let alone the routes that we would like them to serve. So they also are struggling to get more drivers on their roster as well. But
I think
I
some
will
of that
say
is
this.
a relation of some of the decisions that the city made in the contract that was recently approved with the bus drivers. But I would just shift that responsibility back to OLR and DOE, but go ahead.
But one of the things I will agree with you as well is that Nice Bus, as far as innovation and as far as technology,
Yes.
is at the forefront of what's happening
We
here.
know
with
where
the city
kids
bus.
are. They're getting more kids delivered on time. They're doing the right things. Go ahead. I'm going to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. So yes, so they work with us very closely with those initiatives with technology, innovation. They're at the forefront of electrification and all the rest of the things that you've mentioned. But I just want to make it very clear that their operation is under the same pressures as all the other bus companies.
I get it. My understanding, I had left city service for a brief period in 2021, so I wasn't involved in it directly. But my understanding was that the school bus companies were threatening to strike. They were uncooperative, unreasonable in their expectations with the city. They had the city over a barrel. We didn't want to see that happen. And Nice Bus was created so that there would be an organization that actually was focused on the best interests of students and families and getting them to school on time with real accountability, electrifying school buses, doing all of the things that we want to see. And under this administration now, we're going on 3 years, we're seeing a decrease in the number of routes that Nice Bus is taking. So to me, we've got a solution that actually works, that's what we should be lifting up, and we're doing the opposite. So I'm empathetic to the challenges of your job. I know that these bus companies are no joke to mess around with, but we have a solution. We've got to lift it up. You're extending their contracts instead of expanding Nice Bus. And I really hope that you reconsider that calibration, because I think we're moving in the wrong direction on that front. Thank you very much.
I have some follow-up questions for Nice Bus. I remember prior to this administration, Comptroller Scott Stringer attempted to block the $890 million Nice Bus contract. Can you provide a detailed breakdown of the $890 million contract with Nice Bus that's been utilized since 2021?
What I can say is that their contract, the $890 million, is on personnel, on their overhead, vehicles, maintenance, the normal stuff that is used to run a bus company.
And can you, just so that we understand a comparison, can you compare the $890 million to a large primary contract that's a legacy contract of the same size and stature?
I will say that Nice Bus cost for operation opposed to the other vendors currently at this moment, I would say is unremarkably different than the other bus companies.
Okay, so do you know currently for Nice Bus how many students are served in their routes?
Approximately 10,000, I believe, 10,000.
Have there been any new measures put in place to ensure greater transparency in contracting for the Nice Bus school bus services since the episode that happened with former Comptroller Scott Stringer?
No, not that I'm aware of. They operate, the contract is basically to service the students of the city of New York. There was nothing different that was done.
For performance indicators, including Nice Bus and any other contracts that we have, including legacy contracts, are there any performance indicators we're going to be looking to include in the new school bus contracts?
There will be, but again, any provisions in a new contract are yet to be determined.
Are there any lessons that have been learned by the Nice Bus model that are going to inform your rebidding process for school bus contracts in the future?
One thing I will say, through Nice Bus, we've learned that transparency helps toward flexibility and servicing the students much better than we've had in the past. So the transparent way that Nice Bus operates with New York City Public Schools has been a benefit for us to know how we can converse and discuss operations with other bus companies. That's what I can say.
When you say transparency, you're talking about their operation model?
Operation model, the decisions they make as a bus company, those kinds of things.
Got it. I'm going to pass it over to Councilmember Brewer to ask questions.
Thank you very
Oh,
much,
never mind.
and thank you for all.
Councilmember Brewer, give me 1 second, please. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Gennaro, Councilmember Sanchez, Councilmember Gutierrez, and Krishnan. But we have to take, unfortunately, Councilmember Brewer, we have to take a 5-minute break. Okay? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Once again, please find your seats. We shall resume momentarily.
Councilmember Brewer?
Thank you very much. First of all, I know how hard a job you have, and a couple years ago, we did have a hearing on this same topic in the Oversight and Investigations. And I think at that point, you mentioned that there were at least one bus contract that was being terminated for poor performance. I know you couldn't mention it then. I didn't know if it was terminated and what you learned from it. I know you've talked about the contracts, but is that true?
Yes, I remember that in the testimony that we talked about one vendor that we were having problems with and that we were starting the process of removing the contract. But what had happened subsequent to that, we wound up right-sizing that vendor, meaning that we removed routes from them at the beginning of the year, so therefore they wouldn't run into that same issue, not servicing routes. And since we resized that bus company, they've been a better performing vendor. So I think the pressure that we put on them with the possibility of them losing their contract actually served the purpose. So right now, we don't have any vendors that are in that circumstance, and that worked.
All right, thank you. Second, when you do have your new contracts, we all know about the lengthy delays, even though you're trying to avoid them for people with IEPs. So with a new contract, the provisions enable DOE to hold a bus company liable for such IEP violations? Is that something that maybe is in the contract now? I don't know, but it is of concern, and the contract might be a way to address it.
Yes, there are provisions within the current contract that we do use to hold bus companies accountable for poor service. Let's apologize that I cannot talk about what we would want to put in additional contract, I mean, a newer contract.
No, I understand that,
but it would be something in there, I would say.
So in other words, you could perhaps put other qualification into it that would in fact give you more teeth to be able to address that issue or not? I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think of ways that the IEP students, I have a lot of schools in my district that have IEP students, and it's better, I want to give you credit, but it needs a long way to go. So that's something that you're working on in terms of contracts and IEP students?
When we start to negotiate those contracts, that will definitely be at the top of what we're discussing.
I know you talked about the VIA app, and I was listening even when I wasn't here on my cell phone. So how many caregivers have downloaded the app and how many are using it frequently? What I hear, just so you know, from the principals is that they don't have enough training, they feel, to be able to help their parents. So just talk a little bit about the VIA app, because it does hold a lot of hope for people to know, but I just don't think it's being used even in the numbers that you suggested. Please talk about it.
I'd like to turn this over to my colleague, John Benson. He can answer that for you.
Yes, good morning, council members. My name is John Benson, Deputy Senior Executive Director of OPT. I've been involved with the GPS application from the beginning. So as it stands now, over time, since the app went live in the App Store 4 or 5 years ago, there's been about 57,000 downloads, right? Currently, just since the start of this school year, we've had 17,863 downloads, over 19,000 parents, actually, since the start of the school year.
9,000, you said?
19. 19 have successfully logged in. That's number as of
out of how many?
145,000 students receive busing, so over many parents. Yep. And about an average of 5,100 parents per day. I will say we're confident in this product, right? We think it works. I'm a school bus parent myself. I use it on a daily basis, right? So thinking back to this morning and the anxiety about having to get to this hearing and knowing I had to get my child on a bus before I came here, right? Just being able to wake up and log in, see that the route is in service, I see the route in real time, and then help my child get out the door. All my parents out there know, the morning routine as a parent with your child is not always a smooth process, right?
We know.
Orienting towards the idea of getting out the door to meet the bus as it arrives. It's a good product. We would like to explore ways to get the word out about it. We appreciate your support with your newsletter that we spoke about a couple weeks ago. We want to get word out about this, and we want more parents to log in.
What kind of materials, and could we get a copy of them, go to the principals to help them explain it, particularly to students who have an IEP?
Yes, so our transportation liaisons who are doing incredible work this fall supporting students, schools across the city. They each support, several schools. That's part of their ongoing work. They're providing training to schools on how to do Metro card entry, how to assign stop-to-school busing, how to utilize the VIA solution. Every type of training and support required by a school funnels through the transportation liaisons. They're doing great work. It's high volume, but that's kind of how it works. There's a lot on our website as well. There's an internal-facing website that also.
But can we get the material that goes to the principals as to how this works? Do you have that? Is that something that exists?
Yes, it's online, and we can share that with you.
Okay. I know maybe you talked about this, but who is responsible for electrification grants, and how are you going to get these buses to be electric? What's the process in doing that?
I'll have my Executive Director of Fleet and Budget will answer that for you.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Brewer. We're working with our vendors very closely to ensure they take full advantage of all federal and state grant opportunities that are currently available to them.
Sometimes they don't write, though.
Electrify buses. Excuse me?
Sometimes they don't write vendors. So who's making sure that they actually write for the grants?
I would say that we've actually had a significant number of applications that have been submitted thus far.
Okay, how
for
many?
Grants. We have 51 applications that have been submitted under 4 separate rounds of grant rounds. 15 of the 51 have been awarded. We've applied as a division, as a system-wide amongst all our vendors for 1,400 buses, of which 416 have been awarded to us thus far. So our vendors have had a decent amount of success applying for electric buses. We've held various workshops as well to educate our vendors. The EPA has attended, NYSERDA has attended, Con Ed has attended, and we've had some good traction lately, especially on getting some of our smaller school bus vendors to apply. Okay. They do, vary in sophistication, our school bus companies, so we know we have to really hold their hands in some instances to get some of them to apply. So we're encouraging them that the best way to dip their toes into electrification, which can be a scary proposition for many of them, is to get a single bus and work toward that end goal of electrifying the entirety of their fleet.
Why wouldn't they apply? Is there no place to plug in, as we say?
There's a variety of reasons. Some of them could be infrastructure related. Some are fearful of the length of some of the routes that they operate and whether an electric bus will be able to handle that type of load. But there's various reasons they may be hesitant. But for many of them, it's just kind of the fear of the unknown. It's a very new field.
Get over it.
Yeah, agreed. They have to. That's one of the reasons why we hold these workshops, to try to work with them and educate them.
So how many bus companies still need to apply? Do you have some sense of that?
We have about a dozen that have applied.
Okay. You said
including
15,
their
yeah.
affiliates, and that's of about 50 vendors. So there's a significant number of them that still need to apply.
Okay, all right. Just quickly, one more question. I believe the NYC, there are several on the websites, performance metrics. Are other companies, particularly NYC Bus, are other companies hiding their performance? How do you review metrics? Not daily troubleshooting, but actually evaluating them. I think, you've got the problem routes, you've got the non-problem routes. So how do you, figure out these routes? Now, I know you're trying everything you can. I do get a lot of schools, particularly the private schools, to be honest with you, complaining that the routes are long and so on. You've discussed this earlier. But how do you work on these metrics in order to improve the routes? Because they are long in many cases.
Yes, when routes are first created, the routers and inspectors, they over time, they continually will monitor these routes and try to fix where they see that there's a gap. We also respond when we receive escalations from families and schools, some of you on the council as well, and that will let us know that there's some issues with some of our routes. So we continually monitor that. And again, when we see that there is a service issue, we hold the bus companies accountable, and we stay on that. And then also, what we have done in the past that was very valuable to us is when it's still a requirement now, is to reassign routes to other vendors when another vendor is habitually servicing a route poorly. The driver shortage has made that more difficult today than usual, but that's still an arrow in the quiver that we use as well. But we do monitor routes on an ongoing basis.
Okay. And just good news, I think you have the second best September in several years in terms of on-time performance, so I just want to congratulate you. Sometimes it's nice
Thank
to
you,
say
Chair.
something positive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Botcher?
Good morning. I want to ask you about the GPS tracking app and the ability of parents in private special needs schools to utilize the app. I'm hearing from parents locally that you can only track your kid's bus if your kid is listed as your child on the New York City Schools account website. And you can only list your child if you get a code from your child's school. I'm being told that the students of private special needs schools have no such codes. Is this accurate, and is this an issue with which you're familiar?
Yes, and thank you for the question. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this publicly, because that has been a really stubborn talking point over the years about the GPS application. There's the talking point that's out there that we've excluded non-public schools and the parents of the children that attend them from being able to use this application. It has never been true, and it's not true. There's a process for these schools to grant New York City Schools account access to the parents of their children. That is what's required for them to then be able to track the app. They use the same credentials in the New York City Schools account to log into the VIA application and track their child's bus. That's a school-driven process. Once they carry that process out, the parents can log into the VIA application and track their child's bus the same way charter and public school parents can do throughout the city.
There seems to be a disconnect somewhere.
Yep.
In which this private special needs school isn't issuing the codes to the parent and doesn't appear to know that they can. How can you communicate that and address that miscommunication?
Yes, thank you for the question. So we have tried to get ahead of that by communicating this out to all non-public schools last year when we rolled the product out on January 19th. There may be some turnover in staff, maybe some people didn't see emails. So if you are aware of any schools that don't know about this and need support, I would encourage you to flag those directly to us. We will have someone reach out to those schools tomorrow to go over the process.
Maybe a good time to issue another communication. You issued a communication last year.
Yep.
Was a new product. It's a new school year.
Sure.
I think, and perhaps even via social media channels, other ways of communicating to both parents and schools that private special needs parents are able to use this app, and here's how they can do it.
Sure.
Thank you.
We will. Yep.
Thank you. Just want to quickly follow up real quick on the GPS. So this would be an opportunity to dispel all the myths, right? So the GPS tracking is a local law 3290, 2019. Has there been a delay, or all of the GPS have been put on the buses?
They're all on the buses as of now. I'll be honest, it took longer than we had hoped it would. We did not have a playbook, so to speak, to work off of. As we've explained here, our operation is more complex and larger than any school bus fleet anywhere else in the world, I believe. So when you're talking about 50-plus contracts, 10,000 routes, 140,000 students, there's a lot that goes into it. There's trial and error involved. We hoped we would have gotten it done more quickly, but we lost some time to COVID, and then there was training support required for some bus companies, and we had to go back to the drawing board and do various stages of piloting. We thank our partners in District 26. They were part of the initial pilot. Then we expanded to 2 bus companies to get a citywide footprint in the spring of 23, I believe. Nice Bus and Pioneer, they were part of those that expanded pilot, so we got the citywide footprint of about 30,000 students. We learned a lot from doing those stages, and here we are today. It's available to everyone. The technology's on every bus, and it's ready to go.
What challenges have you encountered in implementing the GPS technology, and how are you addressing them?
So I outlined some of them. You know, there's some trial and error, some piloting that has to happen where you got to make sure the data is secure, the right data is showing up to the right parents, and so on and so forth. One sticking point has been the driver subscription. This is a fundamental shift for a bus driver in terms of how they do their jobs, right? You know, going back years before this product was in place, a driver's equipment was a set of keys and a bus. Now it's also a cell phone and a username and password. There's been some support required to get drivers able to do that subscription that's required on a daily basis. We got in the 90s percentage-wise last spring. We're in the mid-80s this fall so far, and we expect to be closer to 100% by November 1st.
So it's an app, every single parent across New York City have this app on their phone. How about for parents who English is not their first language? What type of support do you provide for those parents?
So I believe the app, based on the language the phone is set to, the parent's individual phone, it will show up in that language.
Oh, really? How do you capture data? What is the data telling you so far?
Data is telling me, we have some survey results that just came in last week. I don't have the results of them yet. I'm anxious to actually get my hands on that, and we can share the results of that with you.
That would be
after the
great.
hearing. But the big thing is making sure the drivers are logging in, because the driver has to log in for the route to become visible to the parent.
Okay.
So that's the big metric we're focused on. We're getting closer to 100%, and you know, that's the real critical metric. I'm also looking at parent downloads and logins. I want to see 150,000 people downloading and logging in. We're not there yet, but
Where are you now?
we're at about. Hold on one second. I know I said it before. 19,000 logins since the start of the school year. Successful. That's unique parents. 19,000, and since the beginning of time, 57,000 downloads since we put it in the App Store in 2021.
And how do you, what's the outreach for those parents who have not downloaded the app yet?
So what we did for the start of the school year, we did an email to every single parent of the busing population using our Everbridge platform. So we have the contact information for all our busing parents in our system. We did a direct email to all of them. There's also information on our website as well.
And what if I don't have access to website or computer? What's the alternative? I get text messages from my kid whenever something happens. Is that an option that's being used for parents who download the app?
I would say the best point of contact for that is the school. If they need support or they don't have the technology to use VIA, or they have questions and ongoing support, that's driven by the transportation coordinator at the school level with support, again, from our transportation liaisons here in OPT.
What about your drivers? You said sometimes they don't log in. What type of training or reminder? Is there a reminder that you have to log in order to capture data in real time?
So Mr. Sarkis to my left sends a daily email to all the bus companies about their subscription with their percentages. There are corrective action meetings beginning October 1st with the companies that are struggling with this.
Okay. So,
Just so that we have it on record, by November 1st, we will be in full compliance by Local Law 32 with the stipulation that the bus drivers have to log on, correct?
I would say we're in compliance as of January 19th of 2024.
Okay.
That's when the official rollout went out.
Okay, thank you.
and that's with everyone?
Yes.
Okay. How many students in foster care requested bus service through the exception process during the 2023-2024 school year?
We received 1,371 students submitted applications for busing.
And how many students in foster care received bus service through the request?
739. The difference is that we received duplications and we also received requests for students that were not eligible.
And how many did not receive?
Every student that submitted for busing for foster care received busing or rideshare if the logistics or something prevented busing to be
Either or, okay. So what's the average length of time it took from submission to exception request to start a bus for students in foster care?
Well, the policy that we have in place with the agreement we have with the ACS is that if busing cannot be established within 10 days of receiving it, then rideshare would be automatically provisioned to the student. and up until the time that busing can be obtained.
So how many requests for busing in 2023-2024 school year were withdrawn because the student had to change school or foster homes while waiting for bus service to stop?
Unfortunately, Chair, we don't track that data.
You don't track that information? Okay. And how many students applied for busing through foster care exception requests for the 2024 and 2025 school year, and they are still waiting?
Well, again, with the same time frame in mind, if they don't have busing within 10 days, they will be allocated rideshare. We are still assessing the data as this year.
And you will share with me
I
once
certainly
you
will.
have it.
Mhm.
Couple of things with summarizing, which we always hear every year. We get our students with disabilities that cannot participate in the after-school program due to the lack of bus service. Will this ever be addressed?
Yes, Chair. That's why our current bus contracts, and you're hearing this over and over and over again from us, do not allow for busing for 6 p.m. in the summer, does not allow for busing in after school. It doesn't allow for us to provide any of these services after normal school hours that the administration may want or some of you may want. So that's why it's very important that we get that EPP legislation changed so we can put out the bid to accommodate what you're asking for us to be that, for service to be that flexible to handle these students.
Yeah, because every summer, our almost vulnerable students have to go home at 3 while they watch their friends stay for extended day, and I'm sure parents would also benefit from having extended day. And I want to be with my friends too, and I have to leave, but just because I ride on the bus, that does impact the child.
One thing I will say is that we do offer ride share. I know it's not the perfect solution, but we do offer ride share for our most vulnerable students with IEPs, temporary housing, and foster care for they can attend summarizing at 6 p.m.
We know that we passed the law, bus transporting students with disability requiring to have air conditioners as well, as per local law 79 of 2023. Will all electrified bus have air conditioning? If not, how does the New York City Public School plan on meeting the requirement by the deadline of 2035?
First off, all our students who have climate control requirements in their IEP do have busing that provides that. The electric busing that we currently are on order, the type A, type B buses, which is traditionally smaller buses, those electric buses are coming with climate control. The larger buses, the type C buses, just like the combustion type C buses, not all of them are coming with climate control because there is nothing to mandate that the bus companies order those buses with air conditioning. So again, this is another aspect of trying to get a new contract with EPP so we can then mandate that. But as far as the law is concerned, making sure that all students who are with disabilities who require air conditioning, we are in compliance with.
And what about the ones that's not required on their IEPs but have a disability?
We do everything possible to in the summertime especially, to route all our students on buses that can accommodate. But admittedly, there are students that do not have an IEP that requires air conditioning or climate control that may find themselves on a bus that does not provide that.
We want to talk about, this is great, we worked on this as well with the administration, the Omni cards. The report that the Omni cards are generally, everybody's happy, unfairly restrict students from participating in after activities, part-time jobs, after school. If they don't meet the distance requirement, what would it take to give all students access regardless of distance?
Yes, so I've been involved in that process, negotiating the new MOA with the MTA about the Omni cards. So just for perspective, right, in terms of the currently eligible students, we have about between 500,000 and 600,000 students year in, year out that are eligible that receive these cards, right? We pay $50.5 million to the MTA for those cards. If you think about the swipe value, 4 swipes a day, 290, 365 days, 500,000 students, you're in the billions in terms of swipe value. So that's why making this adjustment is so difficult. We've had preliminary conversations with the MTA about can we expand, and if so, how? I will say, if you're asking what it's going to take, I can say for sure there's going to be a dollar sign associated with it. I don't know exactly what that's going to be, but if you look at the kids that live within a half mile of their schools, Just students in that category is another 500,000 students. So we'd essentially be doubling the eligible population. So
I had a colleague reach out to me and said some of the kids in his district didn't receive any cards. Have you considered a limited after-school access, at least, the very least, to see if everyone could get one? Just an idea.
Absolutely. That's been in place even going back to the Metro card. When it was the Metro card, it was called an X1 card. That's a 2-trip card available by school request for after-school activities or school-related activities on the weekend that went beyond the hourly threshold that used to be in place with the Metro card. Now we have a 2-trip Omni card that schools can request. So for students who aren't eligible for the student card based on grade and distance, if there's an activity that child needs to participate in at night or on the weekend, it's a 2-trip card. There's a form the schools fill out that comes to us. We send those cards to the schools. So that addresses some of the need. It does not fully address the 24/7, 365 availability afforded to the students who are eligible, but it does help with the after-school and weekend aspect.
I'm also getting reports that some schools don't have enough. I have a school where the students received the letters, you know, the 10-day letters, and at one point MTA say they're not honoring those letters. My biggest thing for me, and anyone who knows how hard I fight for young people, it is about criminalizing them, right? Let's say they go through the turnstile with that letter and they get in trouble with NYPD. What does that look like?
So just going back to the shortages at the school. So what we did leading up to the school year, there's data that we take in from every school across the city, non-public, charter, and public schools, that reflects their MetroCard need that they have in their system. We shipped that amount plus 25%. For the schools that didn't do the data entry, we made some assumptions and sent them an initial allotment. I think the challenge becomes when school opens, there's over-the-counter enrollment that leads to a need beyond what we've sent. The school, in that case, enters the additional data, and what happens then is we can expedite a new shipment, or they can pick up directly from us at our office in Queens.
How long does it take for schools, what's the turnaround time for schools to get Metro cards if they're short?
So if it's a delivery, it comes via a courier. The turnaround time is less than a week. If that's too long, they can come pick them up. We also hand deliver them on occasion. So.
And if a child loses their Omni card, what's the replacement look like?
So they speak to the school and they get a replacement.
How long?
Assuming the school has done the data entry.
I was told 2 weeks.
That's not correct.
That's not correct?
That's not correct.
So maybe you need to reach out to the principals and let them know that, because I know the turnaround time was 2 weeks.
Yeah, and we would, any school where that message is going out, we need to know about those schools. We will get them cards in much shorter than 2 weeks.
And what about students that are transferring? Because I had a student who transferred from one school to the other. Metro Omni card did not follow that student.
That shouldn't be the case.
And that was the case.
I would need to know who that student is and look into it, because the card, it's an Omni card that works at any turnstile. So if the student transfers, it should carry over. If not, we will make sure and follow up with the new school so the student gets a card.
We'll do that offline. What's the delay for the Omni contract to regards to cell phone tapping for students' rights? Is that something in the works?
It's not a delay. It's always been the plan to do Omni cards, replacing Metro cards first in year 1 and then phase in the application in year 2.
Okay.
On top of that, I would say the Omni card itself is never going to fully go away. You have students whose families do not provide them with cell phones, either due to personal preference or financial reasons. There's always going to have to be some level of Omni cards, but we are working with the MTA to talk about those next stages of the app rollout.
And the students who have those letters, you said they were not supposed to be given out in the first place, right? Those 10-day letters.
Yeah, so the story with that letter, fall of 21, resuming school in full service coming out of the pandemic. That first year, everybody was back in person. There were major issues at that time with the data we were receiving. And the kids who were on a remote flag the year before weren't able to be incorporated properly for MetroCard entry heading into that fall. So there were major gaps in MetroCard issues. So we actually got a letter approved through the MTA that those schools could give out at the time. It was a 10-day letter, I believe. I don't remember exactly the full details, but that was only fully authorized and approved at that time. The text of that letter, I think, is still floating around. We're not involved with any distribution of those letters.
I have a copy on my phone.
Right.
You know, I stay in touch with young people, so they tell me, what protection do young people who go into a train station and there's no clerk? How do I get home from there and I'm using a letter? I will forward that letter to you. We will talk offline and I will forward that letter to you.
I'm aware the schools are giving these out. I'm saying that it has not been authorized by our office.
We received a report that it took 2 weeks to replace, right? if that's not accurate, how does student apply for, what steps are being taken? You said they can pick them up, they can be delivered, and what's the next step?
So they can be delivered from our courier based on the data, right, that the school submits. If the school is in a dire situation where they don't have enough cars for whatever reason, they would reach out to their transportation liaison. At that point, we can either expedite a delivery that comes within a week, or they're given the option to come to our office at Vernon Boulevard in Queens, right? And they can just pick up their allotment there. We do have some cards we reserved on hand in-house. That way, if there is a dire need, we can just either hand deliver them to the school, or the school can come pick them up from us.
What's the amount of time from initial outreach to you to by the time the card get into the hand of the student?
I would say 1 to 2 days, depending on the inbox of the person getting the receipt of the request.
And when that card is lost or stolen, that student report that lost or stolen, what's the process for that?
So they speak to their point people for transportation at the school and say, my card has been lost or stolen, I need a new one.
And they'll deactivate the card, or?
They deactivate the old one and issue a new one. We are seeing the issue, as I'm sure you've seen, of the online sales by students.
Yeah, on eBay.
Yes.
The kids are selling them on eBay. Them kids are,
Right.
they at least, they're small business people. But anyway, I hope they know these cards are deactivated. Yeah, I was aware that there's a couple of students who had their cards on eBay, did the math, and knew how much each card was worth.
Yep.
So our future business entrepreneurs in New York City public schools. Councilmember Brewer, I know you had a couple.
I do have two quick questions. One is, I think in terms of the VIA, I know that we've been talking about how individual parents and principals use it, but is there a date when you're going to start using it for routing? Is that something that you're already discussing?
Yes, we are. The plan still is that we should be writing it out in its MVP form, its minimal form, sometime this year. We'll keep the council.
This calendar year or this academic?
This academic year. And we'll keep the council abreast when that happens.
Okay, second question is, I'm not supportive, I will be honest with you, of the 60-day rule for the migrant families. I made that very clear. It must make your life miserable, because when you move, then you have to either apply for the bus, but more likely, my experience is you get MetroCard or Omni, because it's too cumbersome, really, to try to get the bus. Can you just talk about, I know you probably can't say what I can say, which is that 60-day rule should go. But I'm just wondering, how in the world are you dealing with it, and how much more difficult does it make the bus routes? I know I can talk out of turn and you cannot, but go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for the question. Tamara Mayor, Project Open Arms. So we want to make sure that our families inside of New York City Public School that are impacted by the 60-day rule know their rights. Number one, they have the right to remain in their schools, and then our Office of Pupil Transportation will support them if they need additional transportation supports. They also have the right to transfer to a school closer to their new residence. So it's up to the families to support them, and OPT can talk more about how they do that.
Anytime that whether their students in the is being their residence changed because of 60-day rule or any other reason, as soon as we receive that notification, we route the student as quickly as possible. We've been doing this pretty much now for almost a year, and we just react to it as soon as we get the information.
Yeah, but it's not great on many levels, but I would think that it would be very difficult. Are you able to get some of them a bus, or do you end up mostly, the schools are doing a great job. I want to give DOE huge credit for integrating these families. I work with them every single day because we make sure that if they're in a Manhattan school, they stay in a Manhattan school, even if they switch residents. And we're very adamant on that. So you're able to get some of them buses, even though they are switching so often?
Yes, we do. It is difficult, like you mentioned, but yes, we are rerouting these students.
Okay, I think you're being too nice, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer. In your testimony, you did not address Intro 515.
That 515 is the training.
It's a reporting bill.
Right. So we're assessing that, Chair, and
are there any concerns with the bill? Normally, you testify and say whether you have concerns or not. You guys are quiet on the bill.
No concerns at all.
Well, I guess I'll just jump in here to say that, you know, well, I can't speak if they're concerns or not concerns. I can say that we are working very closely with OPT on training for school bus attendants and drivers in the immediate term. We're very proud of our Office of Autism and the work that they do, and we've seen programs like our NEST program, our Horizon program, our AIMS program that we spoke about earlier. We've seen the impact that those programs have when we train the whole school community, which is what our Office of Autism does. And we acknowledge the need to go beyond the four walls of the school community and into the school buses that students are traveling on. And so in partnership with OPT on Election Day, our Office of Autism is going to be providing 4 hours of training to a little over 13,000 school bus attendants and drivers. And so we acknowledge the importance of this work in terms of training the folks who are transporting our students safely to school each and every day, and excited to do that work on Election Day.
Has the training started? The training already started?
It will be on Election Day.
On Election Day?
Yes.
How often?
Right now, we're planning for Election Day, and this will be an annual training, but we'll see how things go, and we'll work with OPT from there.
How many drivers you plan on training?
13,000, a little over 13,000 drivers and attendants.
Are there any, we report that there's an incentive to make children as young as third graders start using public transportation instead of using the school buses. Can you verify that for us?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay. There's a pilot to train third graders to start taking public transportation rather than riding the school bus. Is that something that's in the pipeline?
We're not involved with any pilot to change eligibility. It might be just the grade and distance that I believe does change at third grade, depending on the distance a child lives from school. That might be part of what you're talking about, but it's not a pilot, it's existing eligibility guidelines.
It's already existing. Okay, just want to make sure we have that on the record. Thank you so much. We appreciate New York City Public School offering a prepaid rideshare service to students in certain situations while they're waiting for bus service for it to be reimbursed, bus paraprofessionals to start. However, we also heard that about a number of challenges for families trying to use rideshare. So how many students, I probably asked this question earlier, but I just want to get this on the record. How many students use rideshare between September 2023 and June of 2024?
So what I can give you is the number of rides. It's very difficult to say the actual number of students because different students might be using it over a time period, but during that time period, you're talking about September to June, it's 37,484 rides.
And how many students use rideshare during the summer of 2024?
I have the July data. I don't have the August invoice data yet, but for that time period of July 24, it was 1,028.
Say that again, 4,000?
1,028.
Rideshares require an adult to accompany their child, which is often quite challenging for children attending school far from where they live, including children in foster care. Is New York City Public School exploring any solution that would allow a child to get to school without relying on availability of a parent to go with them?
Yeah. So going back to the original procurement for rideshare, we had to navigate numerous New York State regulations about student transportation. We have New York State Vehicle Traffic Law 19A that pertains to bus drivers. Then we have procurement rules that we had to go through to arrive at this solution. The way we could get this off the ground based on the legal guidance and all the various rules and factors at play was for it to be a parent-procured ride and for the parent to accompany the child. That was the only way we could get this off the ground. I acknowledge it's not perfect. You know, requiring the parent doesn't work for everybody. That said, it's a good step in the right direction from the prior state where it was either wait for the bus or come out of pocket with your own money to fund transportation and then go to reimbursement. So it's not perfect, but it is a really good step in the right direction to support our families.
So earlier you testified that the policy is to provide rideshare after 10 days if busing is not available to a student in foster care. But what is the average number of days students in foster care has to wait for busing to start after submitting an exception request? Do you track that?
We'll get that information to you. It would be shorter than the 10 days, but I'll get that to you.
Yeah, please get that info to us as well. Council member.
Finance questions. Just start at the top. They're going to identify more.
Okay. What other types of services are covered under the large bucket of student transportation contracts at New York City Public Schools?
Other contracts, aside from yellow busing, that are included in student transportation are ambulance, rideshare, transportation software, and our MTA agreement.
What are the costs of each of those contracts?
Our ambulance contract is valued at $1.3 million annually, our rideshare contract at $4 million annually, our transportation software contracts at $6.5 million annually, and our MTA agreement at approximately $50 million annually.
How long have these contracts been in place, and when do they plan on expiring?
The ambulance contract began on 7/1/21 and expires on 6/30/26. Rideshare commenced on 6/30/23 and expires on 6/29/28. Transportation software, mainly VIA, commenced on 9/1/19 and expires on 8/31/26. And our MTA agreement, that one doesn't really have an expiration. That's more of a memorandum of understanding that continues on.
Okay, can you elaborate on any detailed cost difference between the varying type of bus service routes? Is there a difference?
Yeah, there's a significant difference between the cost of our general education busing and our special education busing. Our general education busing, those routes are generally in district, meaning they travel shorter distances, and they don't have the need for an attendant. Whereas our special education busing requires buses that traverse longer distances, as well as have the need for attendant. So that service is generally more expensive than its general education counterpart.
And I believe Mr. Westbrook stated that on the record. Is there a difference in average for cost per students in temporary housing bus routes? If so, what's the difference?
Yeah, that really depends on the type of route that we route the student on. If the student doesn't live within the district or the borough, then we have to use a special education route, which would lead to a higher cost for that student. If the student is placed in a location that's closer to the school, we can use a general education route, and that cost would be significantly lower.
And the difference in average cost of stop-to-school route compared to a curb-to-school route, if so, what's the difference in that?
A general education route costs $162,000 on average annually, while a special education route costs $212,000 annually on average.
Is there a difference on average number of students accommodated by each of these types of bus routes?
On average, a general education bus accommodates 33 students. A special education bus accommodates approximately 10. And just to clarify, that's not the capacity of the buses. That's how many we can route effectively and efficiently without causing delays in service, depending on the location of the schools and the location of the students.
Thank you. Recently, on the mayor's management report, the number of students utilizing bus services has increased while the number of routes have decreased. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more for us?
This has been true in the past school year. We did experience an influx of students this particular year. Just to give you an idea, usually at the end of the school year for our curb-to-school population, we add between 7,000 to 10,000 students every year, maybe as many as 12 on some heavier years. We actually added 6,600 students so far this month. So there's been an influx of students this particular school year.
But your routes have decreased.
No, actually, that's been true over the past years, but the routes have actually increased this year.
They increased versus decreasing?
They increased this year,
Okay.
yeah.
Does this affect the quality of service? Has the number of students per route increased, and has the increased amount, how much time, we talked about that, how much time now that it requires for a student to be on a route?
Well, again, we're talking about, again, our curb-to-school students, so therefore, I can't give you an exact average time, but I will say to you that the actual amount of students, even though overall they're going up, the amount of students per route has gone down. So we've been adding more routes, but the amount of students in each route has gone down to 10.
Is that just for this school year?
No, over the past few years, it's been going down. 6, 7 years ago, we had about 15 students per route for curb to school. Now we're down to about 10. A lot of that has to do with limited time travel. Other has to do with distances that the children were riding.
And I'm going to go back to students in foster care. You testified that 739 students in foster care received busing through exception route, but you received more than 1,300 requests. Do you have a breakdown of the reason why the rest of the requests were not approved, for example?
I don't have a breakdown for each individual. I can just give you the reasons. Again, eligibility was one reason, and well, mainly because of eligibility was a reason. They were not eligible for busing at all, so they were not given.
How do we determine if
or
student-
duplication or duplication of it as well.
How do we determine when students in foster care are eligible or not eligible for a bus ride?
Could be the grade that they're in as well. It also could determine that where they live. If the resident is less than a half mile to school, then they can walk. So it could be those kind of things.
And earlier I asked that question. Let's say that child moves to a new foster home. How does that work?
Well, once they move to the new foster home, they could put a submission for busing, and then the process will start, whether they're eligible or not, and then they will be provided busing.
And can you talk to me about the contract for stop arm cameras? Is that something that's in works?
Well, currently we don't have a contract for stop arm cameras, but I will say that there is a pilot ongoing at this moment that we're exploring the possibilities for that, and we'll just keep the council abreast in how that goes.
Where's this pilot going to roll out?
I suppose, right?
It roll out in other states. I know LA has one.
Yeah, just to be specific, so the pilot is for stop arm cameras to pass vehicles
Right.
that are illegally passing the school bus. We started with a small pilot of 30 school buses that was mandated, I believe, by city council law, that be explored. We did that pilot with Nice Bus, as a matter of fact, amongst all the 5 boroughs, collected data, and it was decided jointly with the mayor's office and as well as the DOT that we would expand that pilot to 250 buses citywide. The nature of how those stop arm cameras will be distributed is unknown at the moment, but the RFP has been released and is expected to be awarded sometime in the first quarter of next calendar year.
And you said 250 cameras, and this is borough-wide, or the pilot is borough-wide, or one particular borough?
It will be citywide.
It'll be citywide.
And to be determined how those cameras will be distributed.
You just testified that students for general education is $26 and special education is $104. Can you, how has that cost per student changed over the last 5 to 10 years? Because we also saw the number of special education students going from, I believe it was just testified, 1,000 students 15 years ago to 6,000 students as of this year.
Generally speaking, the cost per student has increased over time as the cost per route has increased and the number of students has changed.
Can you help me understand a general itemization of the $104? Because as Chair Joseph has testified, those in IEPs who want, or paras who want more support on the buses don't seem to be getting them. So where are the cost differences coming from? Is it just because of the limited travel time? Where, as you testify, that if students need limited travel time, then they would need additional buses, bus drivers, et cetera?
It's really just the way that the relationship between the number of students and the cost per bus. So because the capacity of a general education bus is significantly larger, we're able to put more students on fewer routes with general education busing, which significantly drives down the cost per student. Conversely, with special education busing, we have fewer students on a larger number of routes. The capacity of each one of those buses is much smaller, which leads to a significantly larger cost per student.
And with the changes in new District 75 schools that have opened, have you seen cost year to year go down as new schools have opened?
Yeah, and so I appreciate the interest in this topic, and I just want to clarify that the programs that I was speaking about earlier, Nest, Horizon, and AIMS, those are programs that are launched within local public schools rather than District 75 schools. So the benefits here are we're able to offer kids opportunities closer within their local communities, closer to home, but also in inclusive schools with access to their general education peers, which is something that we really appreciate. I think things are early right now, knowing that this pilot just launched in September, to know what impact this is going to have on costs for transportation, but it is something that we're very interested in and we'll keep an eye on.
Have we noticed any differences for the NICE bus for special education routes versus traditional bus routes
No,
in
nothing.
costs or anything else?
No,
or-
it's the same, it's nothing different.
Okay. I have a few questions about employee protection provisions. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. For employee protection provisions, we're waiting for the state law to make sure that it passes. But can you help me understand, because the legacy contracts date back to 1979 and non-legacy to 2013. What is taking so long for us to make sure that we make the changes in the state to have EPP in all contracts? Why have we waited so long?
Well, this wasn't we've been extending contracts over the years since 1979. Chiefly because of the fact that we could not get this legislative change to incorporate in a new contract. But EPPs, we have those in 4 out of 5 of our contracts that can continue to grandfather in as we do an extension. So this is something that's been happening over time. James, you have anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, this isn't the first round of attempts to rebid that we've made, or the first round that the New York City Public Schools has attempted to pass EPP legislation. This has actually been going on for quite some time. They attempted to pass EPP legislation and issue a bids with EPPs in 2017 that was struck down by the courts because of the illegality of EPPs and the fact that it wasn't contained in legislation. So the city has been steadfast in its promotion of EPPs and trying to get legislation passed, but unfortunately has not been successful.
Can you help me understand why it isn't passing in the state? With the
It's actually,
legislature?
I should say that it's passed legislation. The governor hasn't signed it into law in the last couple of instances. The main reason that EPPs have been cited as illegal at the moment by the courts is the fact that they've been deemed anti-competitive, meaning that they could potentially increase the cost of contracts.
Got it. Are there any other key differences other than the cost between EPP and non-EPP contracts in terms of other costs of service or quality or workforce stability?
Generally, they're essentially the same with the service that they provide and whatnot. The main difference is the cost and the inclusion of the EPP.
Can you help me understand the average cost of EPP in these contracts versus non-EPP? What's the price difference that we're talking about?
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to ascertain the difference in cost between the two contracts, meaning legacy and non, those that contain EPPs and those that don't, especially given that the legacy contracts that contain EPPs haven't been rebid in over 40 years. Currently, the difference in cost between non-legacies and legacy contracts is approximately 10 to 15%.
Wow. Is there anything the city can do to ensure that this time around, when state is back in session in January, that we do make sure that this is signed into law?
Your advocacy is what's needed here. Again, we're working with state legislatures and also with the unions that for the drivers and attendants. But your advocacy is really what's welcomed here. We need as much pressure as possible. So that's where we need the help the most.
Outside of the cost, is there anything else that's causing hindrance to this passing? I know that when we were talking about ATU Local 1181, the city doesn't even negotiate with them, and the city is in support of EPP. Is there an issue with the vendors themselves, with the bus companies not wanting to have EPP in their new contracts?
No.
Okay.
No, they're aware of no.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Concerning the recommendation made by Students in Temporary Housing Transportation Task Force, which form per LL 158 of 2021, what is the status of the implementation? Which specific recommendation, if any, have you implemented?
So I'll give an overview of where we stand. So a lot of the recommendations pertain to just a lack of clarity on eligibility for services, how do the services work, what is the process, who does what, just the need for clear guidance on how all of this works. So we are working to address that. One of the big recommendations was for training for all the different agency partners on how this works, developing documentation. So the trainings are underway, and a lot of the other work is underway over the course of this year. We're going to have an update at the end of the year on the full status of the implementation based on those recommendations.
So you'll have a timeline, and you'll make sure that our office get that information in a timely manner as well, correct?
Absolutely. Yep.
Will New York City Public School create a guide step-by-step outlining the process of arranging transportation and roles of responsibilities of various New York City Public School staff, shelter-based staff throughout the process as recommended by the report?
Yes, that's part of the plan.
And you're currently talking to STH coordinators as well, parents, educators, all stakeholders should be at the table. Concerning students in temporary housing, including our new arrival students, we heard about delays in bus service from K to 6. Students living in DHS shelters who have been automatically routed for bus. We understand that there were issues related to data matches and address not being updated in the computer systems. How are you handling when students are, and Councilmember Wan said that, Chair Wan said about the students in temporary housing that constantly got to be moved often. How is that? What does that look like for students who receive bus service, and how long does it take for them to get bus service?
I'll begin by addressing the piece around the matching, and then our colleagues can add to the bus services. What I can say is that at the end of July, in terms of K through 6 for DHS shelter, over 94% of the students were matched. So there should have not been a specific data matching issue that caused a student not to get a bus route. So typically when the students are matched, then the DHS agency has to ensure that they put in their system and care that that student requires busing, and that automatically comes into DOE, and then those are automatic process. Like, they don't require exceptions as it relates to specifically DHS. But I don't know if you want to add anything in terms of.
But what about the students? I had also asked the students that face 60-day shelters.
So right now, the 60-day rule is more specifically impacting the health and hospital shelters, and you know that we work very tirelessly, and you were supportive of that MOU, and as a result of having that MOU with NICEN, we have been able to get data, so we know ahead of time, and there's a report in the ATS system that a principal can download and actually lets them know for health and hospital, for our emergency shelter, when those students are gonna be moving, so that if there's a need to start working on the process of getting a bus, they're able to do that, which we wouldn't have been able, like at the beginning, without having that information.
And the students living in DHS shelters that are eligible for bus service, but didn't have a bus in place for the first day of school, how many students is that?
Our colleagues can speak to the number of students. I do want to clarify something, because I think earlier on to the question of how many of the students in DHS shelter gets busing, and the number being around 5,400 that are receiving. But in K through 6 in DHS shelters, there's about 13,271, right? And students in DHS shelters and all of our students who are impacted by temporary housing are by law required to have preference to their zone school. So the same notion of getting students closer to their community. But I'm happy, to work with you and to work with any of our other council members if we find a particular zone or a particular area where we feel like we need to work with DHS and spend more time. But I think those numbers are a little bit more clear, because I think earlier the focus was on the 38,000, but it's really 13,200 students K through 6 who are in DHS shelter that as a result then are required to have busing if requested. And I think you asked something along timelines for?
Right. I think the question was asked a little earlier. All the students that we received the data for from temporary housing by the deadline that we had for August 26th were routed for the first day of school. Currently, as I said, going through this month, we are processing students for temporary housing for busing, and I will get that number to you that who's not has.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brewer, you wanted to?
Just very quickly, I know you talked a little bit earlier about the ARM program, which certainly makes sense. Is there a pilot now? I know that Councilmember Riley has a bill. Is there a pilot now? I think you mentioned that. And then who is it, a bus company that does that, or is there another vendor who does the ARM program?
Yes, there is a pilot currently where 30 stop arm cameras are being piloted with 2 separate camera vendors with a nice bus. Data yielded from the pilot has led to a decision by City Hall as well as DOT and OPT to expand that pilot to 250 buses. That RFP was released and is expected to be awarded sometime in the first quarter of next school year.
Okay, so it could be the same company that's doing it now for the pilot, or it could be different depending on the RFP answer?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
How much is the RFP worth?
I don't have that information, but it would depend on what value the proposals come in at, meaning what the bidders bid.
And you'll share that with me, all right?
Excuse me?
You will share that with my committee.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Seventy of the 100 contracts are non-competitive. For MWBEs, I think when we were getting briefed, there were 3 MWBEs. Can you help us understand what steps are being taken to increase competition and MWBE participation for the bidding process?
Thank you for that question. As you know, MWBE participation is a significant priority of New York City Public Schools. In an extension, we will attempt to pursue some sort of MWBE subcontracting. In the event that we do have the ability to rebid, we do have some strategies that we think will yield larger MWBE participation, including creating smaller aggregate classes so that prime MWBE vendors could be awarded. But again, that's in the realm of a rebid. At present, we will be extending. And again, any kind of extension, also any changes to it, will depend on whether vendors agree to such changes.
Can you help us understand the rebidding contract for legacy and non-legacy contracts? And I believe you projected that busing will be, the contract spending will be $1.7 billion this fiscal year.
That's correct. The busing contract is 1.7 billion. And again, as far as the rebidding strategies for the legacies and non-legacy, that's something that is yet to be determined. Nothing that we can discuss at this moment.
With the change to the VIA app, do you foresee any cost savings as you have better logistical prioritization and efficiency?
Yes, I would think so, because one of the goals is for more efficient routes, and but through efficiency should be cost savings, so that's the goal.
Are there any other active steps you're taking to ensure cost effectiveness to be balanced with service quality and labor protections in the new contracts?
Thank you for the question, Chairwoman. That's yet to be determined. I can't get into what provisions we would be looking to put into a new contract at this time.
Okay, we will be looking for cost effectiveness and an increase of MWBEs in the next bidding cycle.
Understood.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just a quick follow-up question. Who's working with New York City NYC Bus to provide the cameras themselves, and who are the 2 separate vendors that you mentioned?
I know one of the vendors is, the 2 vendors that are currently doing the pilot are Bus Patrol and Vera. Those are the camera vendors.
Can you repeat that?
Bus Patrol and Vera are the 2 camera vendors. And I'm sorry, what was the second question? Would you mind repeating?
Who are the 2 separate vendors?
Okay.
Oh, the first question, who's working with New York's NYC Bus to provide the cameras themselves?
The 2 vendors that we just mentioned, as well as the DOT.
Okay. Thank you. That's it. We're done. What does the cartoon say? That's it, folks? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that the decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. Witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recording as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recording to the Sergeant of Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's oversight topic, the state of on today's topic. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. The first panel, Thomas Frett. If I'm misspelling or calling your name wrong, please forgive. Tara Foster. Sarah Catalinato. Please forgive me. Anna Bremen. And Alexandra Capisardo.
I hate having to pronounce those names. Sorry. Thomas, when you're ready, you may begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Tomas Frett. I am the president of Local 1181 of the Amalgamated Transit Union, ATU. Thank you, Chair Joseph and Chair One, and to the members of both the City Council Committees and Education on Contracts for the opportunity to speak before you this afternoon. As you know, Local 1181 represents approximately 8,000 school bus drivers, attendants, and mechanics who transport and care for New York City's children each day. The invaluable, tireless men and women take a great deal of pride and ownership in transporting our city's children to and from school, and it's on their behalf that I speak to you this afternoon. We fought for the contract our members need and deserve to support themselves and their families, and so that there are enough skilled school bus workers to provide safe and reliable service to New York City families. Our members are trained professionals. They are passionate and dedicated. Above all, they safely transport and attend to the most precious cargo in New York City, the children. We have said many times in past City Council hearings, and it bears repeating this afternoon, it is absolutely vital that the EPP, that is the Employee Protection Provisions, be mandated for inclusion in all school bus contracts if contracts are rebid. For those who may be unaware, the EPP ensures that when a bus company providing school bus service pursuant to a contract with the Department of Education stops performing its work, or some of its work for any reason, resulting in school bus workers, including dispatchers and mechanics, being laid off, the laid off employees receive priority in hiring with the other or new school bus companies providing such service, as well as preservation of their wages, pension, 401k, and benefits. Local 1181 recognizes that there continues to be an intense shortage of school bus drivers, but that issue will not improve on the backs of the school bus workers with rebidding, especially rebidding without the EPP. The city will lose qualified and experienced school bus workers again, but this time we'll lose them in the middle of an existing and growing driver shortage. The city cannot reverse the problem of recruiting and retaining enough qualified school bus workers without guaranteeing them fair wages and benefits. We need to focus on making school bus work a career again. We know this. We were here 12 years ago. At that time, the Bloomberg administration decided to eliminate the EPP from school bus contracts. This decision led to a month-long citywide school bus strike, as we testified at the time, and what most certainly materialized was that the removal of the EPP from contracts covering almost half of school bus left the industry in a devastated state that you will still see today. This industry is hurting, and rebidding without the EPP will hurt the industry even more. We should be taking steps to reform and fix OPT, the Office of Pupil Transportation, along with the other departments that supports his work. Indeed, there's a major backlog at OPT, OPI, OSI, PETS, as well as SCI. We should take steps to fix what's broken and work on improving the current chancellor's regulations within C100 and C105. Fixing the long time and ongoing matters at these departments will go a long way to improving busing and transportation issues. We urge the committee and this council not to allow the same mistake that was made 12 years ago and try to fix school busing and transportation by depriving professional workers basic employee rights. Additionally, Local 1181 is strongly opposed to parents or guardians having the personal contact information of our members, as it is called for Intro 0515. Parents and guardians should contact either the bus company and/or OPT should any issues arise with the transportation for their children. Local 1181, however, supports Resolution 0250, calling for a stop arm on each side of the bus and preventing buses from operating without them. This is critically important safety measure that our members endorse and offer their wholehearted support. Thank you again, Chair Joseph and Chair One, for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you. Next up, Tara Foster.
Good afternoon. I'm Tara Foster. I'm a senior staff attorney in the Education Advocacy Project at Queens Legal Services, which is part of Legal Services NYC. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify at this oversight hearing regarding upgrading school transportation services and rebidding contracts. As the chair has mentioned earlier today, school transportation services directly impact educational access and the safety and well-being of New York City school children and students across the state of New York. Unfortunately, existing school bus transportation service problems and issues have a disproportionately adverse impact on vulnerable populations, especially students with disabilities. So we appreciate the council's willingness to entertain commentary from the public regarding school transportation issues and problems. Based on reports from 2022, approximately 150,000 New York City students rely on school bus transportation. I understand this morning they were saying it was around 145,000, still a significant number of students. We are the largest schools district in the nation, and we can do better. This year, as in many prior years, New York City parents continue to describe failures and significant barriers to transportation services and accommodations. Our clients report that their children remain on buses for far too long, sometimes between 1 3/4 to 3 or more hours each way. This occurs even when schools are not particularly far from the home and when students have limited travel time requirements on their IEP, or have otherwise sought these or other accommodations based on recommendations of their daughters and their identified disabilities. I have put in some examples of clients I've worked with. I know that time is short and it is in the testimony, but suffice it to say that, you know, the DOE has talked a little bit about rideshare and the availability of it. The clients and people that I have spoken to are not having much luck with that. Unless litigation is filed, they usually aren't getting like reimbursement for car fare and things like that. Kids are on the bus for an inordinately long period of time. Often they don't get, you know, they have to fight to get their seatbelt harnesses, things that traditionally really should be on a bus for any child. Air conditioning, let's face it, kids that get special transportation to District 75 in private schools have minibuses, which generally are equipped with air conditioning, but this should be something that is available. Kids cannot be on the bus for hours and hours. Now, I want to paint a little bit of a picture. Imagine the distress and discomfort of a student who wets or soils themselves on a bus, or that of a student who becomes ill or dysregulated. And the parents complain too about, they get to school, they've dysregulated, that impacts the other children in the school, the teachers. Finally, I feel that, sorry, I'm not going to be able to get through much of my testimony, and I refer you to what I've written, but I do think we need to also think about the treatment of children on the bus. Now, this is not every bus personnel, but there's not any regulation really going on about the credentials for people that are with our children on the bus going to school. So I hope you will think about our comments, and I will pass it on to many of the parents and others who have many stories. I apologize for going a little over time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Sarah Catalinato.
I'm here on behalf of Parents to Improve School Transportation. We have about 4,000 followers since 2010. And I will also submit a longer version with hopefully some links and screenshots to prove some of what I'm talking about. If you just could bear with me. I didn't know the order.
I can't hear you. Could you speak up a little louder?
How's this?
Better.
Yeah? Okay. All right. PIST NYC organizes for school bus routes that are safer and more sensible. We hosted co-hosted a town hall of 200 people. Most had kids who are missing class due to flawed or unstaffed routes or no bus para. The communication needs of bus parents whose language is ASL are not being met. We need some vendors to grow and some to go, but it is not worth triggering a strike by rebidding now without employee protection provisions, which our members support. One of the biggest hits to bus service was when low bids without EPP displaced 2,000 experienced workers at once. We'd take a contract extension if the city would use the time to truly evaluate vendors, help get an EPP plus training bill in Albany, fight the anti-EPP companies in court, look into buying up fleets or expanding Nice Bus. When bus work is less lucrative, less secure, and more demanding, this harms riders. We need a vocational pipeline into this field. Please host school transportation job fairs. Please stand for the right of Haitian people who form a large fraction of school bus workers to stay here with dignity. The Stop Arm Resolution 250 is fine. We thank CM Riley for his work with parents on hot school buses as well. On Intro 515, our families deserve peace of mind, but based on reality and not just reports. Descriptions of training are fine, but we want input and quality control on this training. Other aspects here seem to hold employees more accountable than their bosses. We'd like disability awareness training for bus workers, bus vendors, OPT routers, liaisons, and at the call center. A list of employee names is moot at the rate that attrition and route changes are occurring. Before judging bus staff who don't give out their numbers, please try calling some vendors. Parents often ask PIST, do I have the wrong number for company L? It rang for 20 minutes and no one picked up. Please call OPT and hear how the menu deflects parents. Moms wouldn't be so desperate to reach a matron if the multimillionaire vendors would step up and hire enough dispatch to take and pass messages by radio and phone per protocol, give out the emergency contact cards that OPT stopped mailing, stop doubling routes, and then there could be some wiggle room to wait for a parent in a one-time crisis, or they could issue one work phone per bus like GBC does. We love bus workers who share their numbers, but it's their right to keep their private number private, just like a teacher or anyone else who serves students. To repeat, yes on 250, not yet on 515 till accountability goes all the way up the ladder, and no, do not rebid the routes without EPP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anna Bram.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Anna Brem, and I'm the advocate and manager of capacity building on the Robin Hood Project at Advocates for Children of New York. For an organization focused on education, it's remarkable how much time my colleagues and I spend ensuring that students have safe, reliable, on-time transportation to school. There's so much advocacy work to be done once students are at school, but we and so many New York City families have to spend time fighting for students to get to school in the first place. As just one example, last spring, one of my clients fled domestic violence and entered a shelter in another borough. During a time of so much transition, it was important to this mother that her child continue attending the same school. However, OPT could not identify a bus route to transport the student between his shelter and his school for the remainder of the school year. This year, OPT identified a route for the first day of school, but for weeks, the student's been picked up so late that he arrives to school well after the start of the school day and misses class. We need a system that provides students with bus service promptly when they need it and that gets students to school on time. We hear complaints about students assigned to buses that don't meet their IEP mandated accommodations and about bus staff who don't have the training needed to work with students with disabilities. We need a busing system that ensures the safety of all students. We need training for bus company staff and enough buses equipped to safely operate students' medical equipment. We hear about students waiting for bus service to begin when they're placed in foster care, including students placed in a foster home just outside of the city who need busing to continue attending their school in the city. We need to ensure that bus service or comparable door-to-door transportation is available to students in care even when placed outside of the city. We hear from families whose students rely on the bus to get home, including students with disabilities, students in temporary housing and foster care, who cannot stay after school to play sports, join clubs, or even receive necessary academic support because bus service isn't available after school. We need bus service that allows for after-school routes. We hear from families who have been unable to reach bus companies in an emergency or even to get route information. In some cases, when they call the bus company, the line just rings and rings. We also hear from families who can't get busing issues fixed after contacting their school or OPT. We need NYCPS to provide and to hold bus companies accountable for providing the customer service that New York City students and families deserve. We hear these complaints and others every year. New York City families need a safe, reliable, on-time school transportation system that provides equitable access to all students. Many of the current contracts between NYCPS and the bus companies have been in place since 1979, and it's time for a change. We urge NYCPS to rebid the bus contracts and build in major improvements to create a transportation system that works for students and families. We're committed to working with the city and state leaders to take the steps necessary to overhaul the system. In the meantime, we also urge NYCPS to improve the transportation system today, such as taking steps to improve customer service, including the experience of calling OPT, customer service line, improve access to interim transportation when busing isn't available, improve coordination between the different divisions of NYCPS responsible for approving and providing accommodations to students with disabilities, and take all steps possible to improve bus service in the short term while waiting for new bus contracts. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. And Alexandra Repisarda.
My name is Ali Rapisarda, and I'm a senior attorney in the education practice at Brooklyn Defender Services. Thank you, Chairs Joseph and Chairs Wong, for holding this hearing and the opportunity to testify. BDS's education practice delivers legal representation and informal advocacy to our school-age clients and to parents of children in New York City schools. While many of our clients and their children struggle to access transportation services within the DOE, I want to focus today specifically on the transportation challenges for students and families separated by ACS. When children are removed from their families and placed in the foster system or with another family member, continuity in school placement can be an important source of stability during a period of great upheaval. Many students and families separated by ACS currently receive busing, but the DOE has refused to guarantee bus service or another comparable mode of transportation to these students. The DOE must make that guarantee. Furthermore, even when these students do eventually receive busing, delays in the routes can be hugely destabilizing to students who are already in crisis. The DOE takes 5 to 7 days at minimum to route a student, but in our experience, it often takes significantly longer than a week for bus service to actually begin. While waiting for a bus, students either miss school or they end up transferring to a school near their temporary foster placement. ACS and foster agencies often encourage families to agree to a school transfer out of convenience and not what is best for a child, and families are made to feel that they have no say in the matter. Children and families separated by ACS are among the most at risk for suspension, chronic absenteeism, and school dropout of any group in the DOE system. At a bare minimum, busing must be guaranteed for these students. But procedures must also be put in place to ensure that these students do not miss school before busing is arranged. Our office worked with the parent of a 6-year-old student in the foster system who was eligible for busing, but who missed over a month of school while the DOE looked for a bus route for him. The foster resource was unable to bring the child to school, even the DOE provided car service, and though the foster agency had been ordered to transport him while awaiting a route, they failed to do so. The DOE must work together with ACS to ensure not only that car services are available for students who are awaiting a bus route, but that if a foster resource or a relative is unable to bring the child to school, that chaperone transportation is also available. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on this critically important topic. I've elaborated on some of these issues in my written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Is there any advocacy on your side at the state level to reinstate EPPs in school bus contracts?
Yes, there is.
Is it ongoing or the conversation?
Conversation's ongoing. We're looking to introduce a new bill come January.
Okay. When a family uses the OPT hotline for complaint, what's the turnaround time to get the issue resolved? Anyone? Never? Oh, that smile means never.
As soon as they give you an incident number, it's checked off as resolved. But I think there's some scheme where it used to be you needed several different incident numbers to get it, to be red flag, and now it's that you need more complaints under the same incident number to get it to be a red flag. But the way most of these things get attention from the folks that you saw here is when parent advocates write to them or parents write to them and CC a lot of advocates and other school folk, and they're like responsive in that that type of pressure. But the online and the phone call is just giving you an incident number.
No one answers. You said it takes 20 minutes for someone to pick up the phone?
Oh no, that was the bus company. That was the bus company, and I would say that I said that in contrast with sort of demanding that the attendant gives their number, but if the bus company had enough people answering these calls, you might be able to find out what you need to know without getting into somebody's personal phone. So yes, there's a series, and we will attach examples of people saying, oh my gosh, I don't think I have the right number, what's the right number? And it's through the parent grapevine instead of being clear on how to reach and get things addressed. But OPT, I haven't tried to call in a while. I think people should try it, 718-392-8855. And listen, when they tell you press 5 if it was more than 30 minutes late. What? No, if it's 5 minutes late, I'm putting in a complaint. But they're deflecting people, and so that's why even the previous reporting law, you know, they took out the first 2 weeks of school, they took out the summer in that data, and there's a lot to still be enforced about the past local laws from 2019. So, sorry.
Advocates for Children, what's the turnaround time when you advocate on behalf of students?
So in the example that I mentioned, the student's been routed since the first day of school. We've made multiple, the parent has made multiple complaints through the OPT customer service line. We escalated it to, he's also a student in temporary housing. So even though his bus service is based on his IEP mandate, we have utilized the STH liaison at OPT. They have been aware of the lateness. They've been working on it since the first week of school. He's still on the same route. He's still not getting to school on time. And his family is paying out of pocket to bring him to school on the subway without any Metro cards or Omni cards provided by the school. So today is September 30th. It's been going on since the first day of school.
So he has not been in school?
He has been to school, but only on the subway. And only because he's a student with a disability who can travel with the assistance of his mother on the subway, but to great difficulty in time for her. And he's not receiving his IEP mandated transportation.
And we talk about foster care students. You know, I'm a very big passionate advocate for students in foster care. And I keep saying that, and folks don't realize it takes 30 days for students in foster care to get into transportation. Commissioner told me it's gotten better, but you're here telling me it's not.
We're still seeing a lot of issues, especially when it comes to if a ride share service is provided and the foster placement or the relative that a child is living with isn't able to miss work to take a child from Brooklyn to Staten Island, or even if it's a much shorter distance than that, there's not a solution in place for those children. And unfortunately, many children are then missing school, and it snowballs into a greater issue from there.
Councilmember Wan has a question.
Thank you so much, President Fret, for being here. Can you help me understand what has happened since Bloomberg administration decided to eliminate EPPs, and why the governor since then have been refusing to sign this into law, to reinstate it?
Okay, yes. So back in 2013, there was a race to the bottom where the new contracts came into place in 2014, and that was cutting wages in half, no benefits, no pension. So that led us to introduce legislation into Albany. And I believe Governor Cuomo at the time vetoed it because it was in the exact language he was looking for. And we've been working ever since to just try to get it in process. So now I'm working with the International to develop new language and introduce it to the new governor.
And for parents who are here, or parent advocacy groups, especially for students with IEPs or District 75 schools, do you think it's accurate when they say that they guarantee that your child will be on the bus and in school within 60 minutes? Okay, everyone said no, for the record. Thank you.
I can just add, we have many students who, even with limited travel time recommended on their IEP, are on the bus for far longer than their IEP mandates that they would be on the bus. And for students who may not have limited travel time recommended on their IEP, I have students who are on the bus for 2 hours every day. And that's without an accident or extra traffic. It's just the normal route.
And if I might piggyback on that question, there was a great deal of discussion about, perhaps if we increase our Nest and Horizon and AIMS programs, these problems on lengthy bus rides won't be there. Quite frankly, the gatekeeping that goes on with the Nest, Horizon, and AIMS programs, which, wonderful parents, many, many, many parents want to be in those programs, but they aren't even offered to them or really explained to them. So I wanted to point that out because that was something that DOE raised. Also on the Omni cards, if I might, My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that that is not available to any child that requires busing. They've been told that they, if their disability is such that they require busing, they won't get an OmniCard. But how are we then dealing with these children who are kept out of after-school programs, extra curriculum, DOE-sponsored sports programs? It's problematic, and it's something to think about.
And for
even as a stop,
thank you for the parent advocacy or student advocacy groups that are here. The New York City VIA app or the school bus app. Can you confirm if that is accurate in real time, or is it?
Thank you. So it's an estimate, and it has to be, because otherwise it would be breaking confidentiality to show exactly where other students live. But there was a lot of hoopla about the app, and a lot of parents are just finding out about it, after really 10 years and a couple of false starts and a lot of throwing, I think, good money after bad. I was gonna say to both of those questions, there's a District 75 President's Council is a good resource for you, and they are collecting parent-driven data about both the rollout of the bus app and in general how things are going and what problems parents are experiencing. So hopefully somebody will be speaking from that group later on.
If I can add about the VIA app, as OPT described, it's only accurate if a bus driver logs into it and has it in use while the students are on the bus. So I have clients where they have 2 children at 2 different schools on 2 different bus routes. One student's driver may log into the app. They're able to track where that child is. It's very helpful. Their other child's bus driver does not reliably log in. It also doesn't, if you can imagine watching the bus drive on the app, if the bus has been sitting for an extended period at one stop, it doesn't explain what's going on. It doesn't tell you that your child's bus has been in an accident. It doesn't tell you that there's some sort of emergency going on. And those are the situations where we really need families to be able to reach the bus company to find out that information. I've also had parents look at the app, an hour after their student's school day ends, and the bus hasn't popped up yet because the bus actually has not picked their child up from school. The bus is running extremely late. And so it's accurate when the child's on the bus in a timely manner and when the bus driver actually logs in, but it doesn't provide the information in those outlier situations, and it's not accessible for families who do not have tech access.
Right, I wanted to piggyback on that as well. That's an excellent point. And thank you for asking the question earlier, Chair Joseph, about what are you doing to train parents and for language access issues. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. And I've always seconded that gatekeeping too. I talked about that here from the time I took over this seat, certain programs are gatekeeping. So thank you to this panel. Thank you so much. To our next panel, Molly Sinak. If I butcher your name, please give me grace. Ruth Roma, Maggie Moroff, Catherine Hoy, and Sashay Amari.
Molly, when you're ready, you may begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Molly Sanak, and I am testifying today on behalf of Center for Independence of the Disabled New York. I am their education and employment community organizer. So there are certain things that we already know about students who take the yellow bus system in New York City. We know that 43% of these students have at least one disability. We know that unless otherwise noted on a student's IEP, a student is legally allowed to spend up to 90 minutes in each direction on the bus every day if they are traveling within a borough, and they are legally allowed to spend up to 115 minutes if traveling between boroughs, which is not uncommon in a city where almost 69% of the schools are not considered physically accessible. We know from data analyzed by the New York City Council in 2022 that these travel times, despite already being long, are often exceeded, and school buses are delayed an average of 45 minutes for students with disabilities. We know that students who depend on these buses that can show up late or not at all or without the professional services they are entitled to. Students are missing classes, if not entire school days, which is contributing to New York City's 36% rate of chronic absenteeism. We know that because buses don't run past 4 p.m., students who do not have access to alternative methods of transportation are often unable to participate in school programs or activities that exceed that time. And we know that staffing shortages mean that students are not guaranteed an adequately trained attendant, paraprofessional, or nurse, even if one is required. However, we don't know exactly how many are missing. We don't know exactly what those shortages are. The Arise Coalition recently submitted a set of recommendations to address these issues. These recommendations include reconsidering contracts with transportation companies and requiring them to provide busing outside of these typical school hours, expanding mandatory trainings and ongoing support, more oversight for bus staff, mandating the training of in-school busing coordinators, creating more incentives to actually address these staffing shortages, and obviously, as we all know, improving communication, especially regarding OPT. The data that will be collected under Intro 515, I believe, is integral to implementing these recommendations, since the clearer a picture we have of an issue, the more equipped we inevitably are to address it. So we thank the Council for your time and effort, and we do support the passage of this legislation, but we also ask that you consider our other recommendations as you continue your work on improving the yellow school bus system in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth.
We thank the New York City Council's Committee on Education and Contracts for jointly holding this critical school bus transportation series hearing. My name is Ruth DeRoma. I'm the Senior Family Educator at Include NYC. Include NYC is the leading source of training and information for young people with disabilities ages 0 to 26 with known or suspected disabilities, their parents, and the professionals who support them. We have helped New York City families navigate the complex special education service and support systems for over 40 years. This school year has begun with all of the familiar issues we have experienced with school transportation over the years: routing issues, staffing turnover and shortages, restrictive schedules such as no busing after school or during summer, and many other systemic barriers related to busing. Families contact our helpline because they seek help resolving their children's busing issues due to the lack of timely and clearly outlined steps for the escalation process and procedures from both schools and the New York City public school system. As a result, it prevents thousands of students with disabilities each year, if not tens of thousands of students receiving special education services, from adequately receiving all their mandated related services and specialized instruction, and being able to fully and consistently attend their programs. Students with disabilities should not continue paying high educational and social emotional costs for faulty and insufficient busing, while bus companies continue to have contracts extended without improving their service. Furthermore, the leading city school busing contract still in place today is nearly 45 years old. Since 1979, when the first school bus strike occurred, year after year, busing contracts have been extended as opposed to the city putting out new bids for contracts. This should not be allowed to continue, and new contracts would create the environment for improved service and stronger accountability metrics. New contracts coupled with changes in admission policies could lead to students with disabilities being more integrated with general education students. As the U.S. Supreme Court intended busing to be more than a half a century ago in their 1971 decision when they ruled the federal courts could use busing as a desegregation tool. Additionally, we fully support the Council's adoption of proposed local law 0515-2024, requiring that the Department of Ed to report on school bus services and employees. More transparency not only has the potential for bus companies to provide better quality services, but it also lends itself to building trust with families in an overdue area for repairs. We also urge the city to allocate resources to enhance the parent-facing bus app and fund a public outreach campaign, because far too many parents don't even know it exists. While it allows parents to see the location of their child's bus, it does not tell parents what time their child gets into their school in the mornings or actual boarding times at the end of the day. We know there are far too many students sitting in idling buses for long periods, both at the start and end of the school day. Because there are students from multiple schools on the same routes, yet with different school schedules, this is not okay. Additionally, we recommend that the New York City Public Schools and the city, 1, put pressure on the state legislature in the next legislative session to amend Section 14 of Section 305 of the New York State Education Law, stating bus contracts should be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder, allowing the city to gain more control over the quality of services. Rebid city busing contracts by July 2025. Update the chancellor's regs, A801 on pupil transportation by the end of
Thank you for your testimony. You submitted to us on record, right?
electronically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Maggie?
We have to stay with the 3-minute time.
So sorry.
I will do my absolute best. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairs Joseph and Juan. I really appreciate the chance to talk about this issue today. I've submitted longer testimony. I'm going to shortcut. I'm Maggie Moroff. I coordinate the Arise Coalition, parents, advocates, educators, academics. We've been working together since 2008 on systemic reform issues around special education. In a system where the DOE still places many students with IEPs in schools outside their neighborhoods, busing that works seamlessly is essential. Our members have, as Molly pointed out, identified several points in families' experiences with busing that are really ripe for improvement, and we've made those recommendations to and are discussing them with NYCPS. They center around three things, around routing, staffing, and parent communication. Really briefly, routing issues can keep students from attending school for extended periods of time. They can force families to transport their children directly despite IEP mandates, or they can leave students on buses for hours. Children with IEP busing are also unable, as you yourself pointed out, to attend after school and weekend activities. We agree with Mr. Risbrook that the city needs to rebid the bus contracts as soon as possible. And when they do that, they need to ensure that companies can provide routes that get students to school on time and safely, and require those companies to take those students beyond typical school hours. A large number of cases that we see involve staffing concerns, shortages, inadequate training, and failure to arrange. And this is really important because we heard this earlier today for paraprofessionals and nurses as mandated on busing accommodations. The nursing and the para shortages are not to be ignored. They are significant, and they keep kids from getting on schools all the time. And I do need to say, on a personal note, it is not about parents deciding they don't like a nurse. That's me, that's not for Rise, sorry. We recommended here incentivizing employment in all shortage areas around busing and providing mandatory trainings. We heard a little bit about the trainings that the DOE is stepping up earlier. We will be watching those really closely. Lastly, the process for requesting specialized transportation remains confusing to families, as does the question of where to turn and how to get help when things go wrong. Technology is failing me. We have recommended that the New York City Public Schools clarify the communication channel for families who continue to be bounced from school to bus company to OPT's customer service line, and that they provide families with contracts with context that can make changes and provide support. I'll be 30 more seconds. That they clarify timelines and procedures for requesting busing accommodations, and that they make certain that all families have access to busing information through their NICSA accounts. I heard Mr. Benson testifying that non-public schools can give those numbers to families. That's not our experience either, so they need to get that word out. We've made other recommendations around rideshare. The DOE has acted on some of those and made things a little bit clearer. Just really, really briefly, my other job is that I am the Senior Special Ed Policy Coordinator at Advocates for Children, and I need to tell you that just today, I escalated 3 more busing concerns. So it is very, very present and very, very active. Everything else I want to say is in my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Catherine?
Good afternoon, Chairs Joseph and Juan. Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on this important issue. My name is Catherine Hoy. I am the Director of Advocacy Services at AHRC New York City and a member of the Arise Coalition, the Transition Alliance, and co-chair of the Queens Council on Developmental Disabilities Children's Committee. I fully support the statement made by my colleague Maggie earlier on behalf of the Arise Coalition. For more than 75 years, AHRC has supported New Yorkers with intellectual and developmental disabilities to lead full, equitable lives in their communities. We are the largest organization in New York State providing services to neurodivergent children, youth, and adults. My colleague, Satya Amri, will tell you in detail the impact that the lack of transportation has had on after-school programs for youth with disabilities, programs that had been available in New York City public schools. I'd like to share the experience of families supported by education advocacy. Each year, the advocacy program I oversee pairs non-attorney advocates with parents and family members seeking support on behalf of almost 300 New York City school students with IEPs who also meet criteria for OPWDD eligibility. Most of these students have educational classifications of autism, intellectual disability, or multiple disabilities such as epilepsy and cerebral palsy. Due to the nature and severity of these disabilities and their required level of support, almost all the students we support in our program are mandated for specialized transportation to a special class or specialized school, such as District 75 or a non-public school. Many routes are far too long, as you've heard, especially for children in elementary school. Trips mandated to take less than 60 minutes are regularly over 100 minutes or more in borough. In general, the annual process of documenting, approving, and implementing transportation accommodations can and must be improved, and training for matrons and bus drivers who support youth with IDD must be implemented. And I was pleased to see John Hammer or hear him mention that earlier, but we'd again love to have input on the training and see it, and ensure also that it is presented citywide to all students with disabilities who ride public transportation or school bus transportation. We hear far too many complaints from parents about witnessing harsh or indifferent treatment of their non-speaking children, or of buses without air conditioning on hot days because the driver forgot or refused to turn it on. I don't want to point fingers at matrons, paras, attendants, drivers. They are our partners, and I am grateful, extremely grateful, that so many wonderful New Yorkers have chosen to work with these youth. However, an annual training to provide additional guidance and support to transportation professionals working with non-speaking youth with sensory needs or behavioral supports is required. Recently, I've seen improvements, including clearer guidance on rideshare access, and anecdotally, it does seem CSEs and other staff are responding more quickly to assist in the resolution of some issues. I'm thankful to this committee, to the New York City Public Schools, to District 75 Council, to the committee, CCSE, and in particular to PIST, who you heard from earlier, from Sarah, for these changes and for their ongoing tireless advocacy. Two final notes. Students must be in school to receive the benefit of their education and related services. Far too many are regularly left at home because of transportation issues that we detailed earlier. Students are missing days and weeks of school, and the number of chronically absent students that we support, honestly, it's not to be believed. Anyway, it's all due to transportation. And secondly, contracts for after-school transportation were not renewed and deprioritized after COVID, leading to the closure of at least 6 District 75 after-school programs operated by our organization alone. Prior to COVID, more than 180 students with disabilities attended regularly, but without transportation home after the program ended, these programs were decimated. The loss of after-school transportation on youth and working families is far too great to convey now that I'm over time, but the lack of socialization for youth with disabilities will have a lifelong impact. I urge you to prioritize these issues when reviewing transportation contracts and vendors. Thank you for the time.
Thanks so much. And then Sashay, Sage.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Joseph and Juan and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity for me to testify today. My name is Sacha Amri. I'm the Director of Camping and Recreation Services at AHRC New York City, overseeing over 40 recreation and socialization programs across New York City, which includes the after-school programs. I'm here today to speak about our agency's challenges with the Office for Pupil Transportation and for the families in District 75 schools. We were enrolled in after-school programs with our agency and who no longer receive these necessary services due to the inability of OPT to provide transport home for these special needs students at the end of the after-school programs. This issue also impacts 853 schools, including at AHRC New York City's elementary schools in Brooklyn, the Blue Feather Elementary, the Middle High School, and in Staten Island at our James P. Murphy School. The students in 853 schools have never had after-school transportation provided through OPT, which has severely limited their ability to offer much-needed extending learning opportunities to their students. Prior to the onset of the pandemic in March 2020, when OPT was providing transportation, AHRC New York City had 9 after-school programs located in District 75 schools. In Harlem at the Tito Puente schools in District 8, PS 751 in District 2, in Manhattan, PS 373 in Brooklyn in District 36, in Brooklyn OTC, District 47, PS 37 in Staten Island in District 51, the Hungerford School in District 50, in Staten Island, PS 176 in the Bronx in District 12, PS 255 in Queens in District 22, and PSA 11K in Brooklyn in District 48. All but 3 of these programs are now closed, impacting over 180 special needs students. In the few programs that remain open, attendance limited to those who can travel home on their own or who live close enough to the schools for a caregiver to pick up. M751 is a good example of this issue. The program remained open last school year, but there were only 4 students enrolled, as compared to the 25 students enrolled when OPT was providing busing. These programs offered a safe and familiar environment for students with autism and other intellectual disabilities who are not able to take alternative transportations that OPT has provided. These students benefited from the structure, routine, and thrive on predictability. Having an after-school program right in their school made all the difference in the quality of their extended learning time. They had the opportunity to get enhanced support from well-trained school staff with extra time spent on trying new activities, building life skills, exploring creative arts, engaging in physical activity, and making new friends. These programs help to boost children's confidence and skills. And just as importantly, with their children safely in an after-school program, their parents and caregivers were provided with respite from the enormous responsibility of caring for a child with special needs. It made it possible for working parents to finish their workday or maybe take care of a few errands on their way home from work, knowing that their child was safe and enjoying their after-school time. We respectfully ask the City Council to address this inequity, which has significantly impacted all families, but especially these children in District 75 and 853 schools who need extra support and who cannot safely travel on public transportation or take other alternative ways home from after-school programs. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for this panel. Miriam Franco, Dawn Alexile, Ellen McHugh, and Lupe Hernandez.
Miriam, you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. I want to thank this committee for allowing me to provide my testimony today. My name is Miriam Franco, and I am a parent. I am here today to state the worsening issues surrounding the OPT for children with IEPs who require special transportation, like my son, Kevin. Kevin has an IEP with medical accommodations. Due to his seizure disorder and complex medical needs, he requires a wheelchair-accessible bus, limited travel time accommodation, a bus parent, and air conditioning. His transportation needs are not preferences. They are necessities for his safety and well-being. At the start of the school year, I was hopeful. Kevin's route worked out well at the start of the school year. It was punctual and the ride was within the time limits specified in his IEP. But OPT switched the route without prior notice, adding an extra 45 minutes each way. Now Kevin is on the bus for nearly 4 hours a day. This is not just an inconvenience. Extended travel times can exacerbate Kevin's medical conditions, increasing his health need. Despite filing complaints, INC 1289429, INC 1293395, 1297289, 1301759, 1315745, 1312526. With OPT, there has been no resolution. The Department of Education and OPT are not prioritizing the transportation needs of children like Kevin, whose safety and well-being are legally protected by their IEPs. Parents like myself are left bearing the consequences of OPT's failures. We need accountability and action to ensure that children with IEPs who are entitled to specialized transportation receive the appropriate safe transportation they are mandated on their IEPs. Thank you.
Thank you. Dawn?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for holding this council. My name is Dawn Ackerley. I am also a parent of a child that is in the Horizon program in a public school. Just like the woman to the left of me, basically the same kind of issues. I'm here today because I care about my son and I care about all the children that are experiencing these issues. Just like the mom to the left of me, I have put in multiple complaints with OPT. Nothing ever gets done. To name a few ticket numbers, INC 1292841, INC 1296557, INC 1296663, INC 12912967005, INC 1297019, INC 1296557, INC 1301327, and then there are multiple complaints made by the school as well. It was asked earlier on this panel if OPT responds in a timely manner or if anything ever gets done. I can tell you that one of those ticket numbers is from the very first day of school. I spend a significant amount of time every morning on the phone with OPT. I have a job to go to myself. This creates an entire new job for me every morning. OPT does answer the phone in a timely manner as opposed to last year when I was experiencing the same issues with the same company and nothing was ever addressed. They answer the phone. They do not prioritize the claims or seem to care at all. I was told that claims should be escalated, that if I put in multiple tickets, something will be escalated after a certain amount of tickets is put in. I have done that. The school has done that. Listening to the panel that was here earlier and kind of addressing their, frankly, excuses, they talked about routes and times and that students within the same borough should be within 60 minutes. My child is generally on the bus for 2.5 hours either way. It is not because there is no programming close to his school or there's not appropriate programming. My child's school is 15 to 20 minutes away from our home. He generally arrives to school at about 10 a.m. and arrives home at about 5 o'clock p.m. As far as the app, yes, the app is accessible. As a parent, I received that email that how to use the app and that the app would be accessible. As of now, my child's bus has no real driver. There is someone different that arrives every day, and they do not turn on the app. So I have resorted to an AirTag and making a parent group, a chat with other moms in the group where we kind of just communicate with one another as to where the app is. The matron has told us that she will not call. They do not call. That is the policy, which is another issue. Nobody seems to understand the rules or what they are. They are constantly changing. We beep, we don't beep. We call, we may not call. There is a pickup time, there is no pickup time. Call the base, call the school. It's just a runaround. I know my time is up. We also talked about protections in place for the busing staff. I agree that protection should be in place for the busing staff, but there must also be disciplinary action when the drivers and companies are repeatedly reported. This particular company, Allied, I have reported them multiple times. The school has reported them multiple times. One of the main issues this year and why we do not have a driver is because the first driver that arrived to my home decided to try to get into a physical altercation with the principal on the first day of school, so he was let go. Needless to say, these are special needs children that need routine, that need calm, that need to be regulated every morning, and it greatly affects their school day. I'm sorry for going over the time. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ellen McHugh?
on this very long day. Thank you for your patience and thank you for holding this session. I'm not going to pile on because you already know what the issues are, and the issues have existed for any number of times. My son is long since out of the public school system, but busing was a problem then. I'm not looking to excuse anybody, but I am going to ask and maybe take this in a different area. The Department of Education is touting its ability and its willingness to include. Yet, when asked about contracts let to those busing companies that are managed by, directed by, run by, or owned by individuals with disabilities, I get a blank stare. People look at me and say, but minority and women-owned businesses don't mean that, and I say, yes, it does. Disability is a minority. It affects all ages, all races, all sexes. And yet the DOE has consistently refused to make any effort to reach out to those bus companies that are run by, managed by, or administered by individuals with disability. The City Council and the Comptroller's Office would have some ability to enforce inclusionary structure on the DOE, except for the fact that the DOE no longer has public meetings on its contracts. So we as the public have no idea, or little idea, I shouldn't say no idea, have very little idea about what contracts are being let, why, to whom, and what discussion occurred around those contracts. I'm going to completely change my submitted testimony, but just for the record, I want to read into the record the law. 34 CFR, section 300.320, subparagraph A reads that individuals with disabilities be involved in and take progress in the general education curriculum and participate in extracurricular and non-academic activities, and must be educated and participate in such activities with other children with disabilities and non-disabled children. CFR 104.4 reads, no qualified handicapped person, remembering that this was written quite some time ago, shall, on the basis of his or her handicap, be excluded from participation in or be denied the benefits of and otherwise subjected to discrimination under any program or activity which receives federal financial assistance. We receive federal financial assistance. We are out of compliance with the law. The DOE has consistently refused to admit to that. Thank you very much for your time and for your patience and for your questions as well, because this has got to be hard. It's hard to hear, it's hard to do, and it's hard to sit here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lupe Hernandez.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Joseph, for holding this hearing today. My name is Lupe Hernandez, and I'm here speaking in my own personal capacity as a parent of a New York City public student who has been on the bus since he was 2 years old. I've been here many, many times to speak about the long routes or even not being picked up, but some things that I wanted to address today. And I'll start with the Reso of 250. Thank you, Councilmember Riley, for all of your work and with parents in addressing the hot school buses. And in regards to cameras on the side of our buses, I think it's really important because I live on a street that's one way, where my building is on the opposite side of our bus doors, and it is extremely dangerous having to put my son on the bus and take him off each day. The matron is always extremely scared because cars just literally zoom past to get on the West Side Highway. some issues that we've been seeing in schools this year. I want to address the fact that incoming kindergarten, 6th grade, and 9th graders in many, many schools still continue to not have bus routes established on the first day of school. There is a huge disconnect with the communication between the schools providing their rideshare or their ridership documents into ATS and getting it to OPT on time. Most of these schools also saw that all of their students in temporary housing that had address changes due to shelter moves that were out of their control were also not given a route and still awaiting bus routes as we speak. We will talk about the transportation liaisons that DOE mentioned. I want to flag that these individuals that are actually playing such a crucial role in how all of this is taking place, they are not a job in itself. These positions are being given to our school aides, our parent coordinators, assistant principals. These are folks that have already a job to do in our school buildings, and it's not always, it's not effective to have them also taking on the role of a transportation liaison. I really advocate that the DOE have this position as like a full staff paid position for each school. It's important. Via contracts, they've been extended with no record of a reputable RFP bid process, and they have been proven to be non-affected. It's a company that was tracking parcels as opposed to other companies that has reached out to the DOE, such as Easy Router, whose a business is actually routing and tracking school buses in huge metropolitan areas across the nation. In regards to Omni excludes our students that have bus routes, which negates the purpose of access to learning opportunities outside of the classroom. And this impacts our students even more because they are already left out of after-school activities. I also wanted to quickly uplift that Parents to Improve School Transportation defends the rider rights to safe, shorter, and sustainable school bus routes for educational access. We hope to put a school bus Bill of Rights referendum on next year's ballot to form a decision-making body over student transportation that will involve the most effective and interested parties, organized parents and bus workers, disability activists, and educators. And we are happy to hear the DOE is providing a training, but I really want to thank ATU leaders for lobbying the Chancellor's office to give a refresher course to the vendors. But we also want to see that curriculum because in the last 2 years, some vendors were still giving out code sheets with very offensive labels of our students' diagnosis. So, as I conclude, I would like to repeat yes on Resolution 250, not yet on 515 till accountability goes up all the way up the ladder, because we don't want to rebid the routes without EPP. We need vendors to grow and some to go, but it's not worth triggering a strike by rebidding now without employee protection provisions, which all of our members support. One of the biggest hits to the bus service was when low bids without EPP displaced 2,000 experienced workers. So we would take the contract extension if the city would use the time to evaluate vendors, help get an EPP and training bill in Albany, fight the anti-EPP companies in court, and look into buying up fleets and expanding Nice Bus, who my son has been on this past summer and school year, and it's been the bus route we've ever had in all his years in public schools. So thank you.
Before I forget, because I changed my testimony, I would ask you to look into the fact that students in District 75 may be assigned based on where there is an opening, not necessarily on where the closest site is. And families are not consulted, whereas with other students, and especially going forward, other students are being asked. Middle school and high school students are being given the opportunity to select, but not District 75 students. So I'd ask you please to take a look at that, especially since my kid was deaf and went to school there. Is deaf, not was.
Thank you so much. All the recommendations are taken in. Thank you so much. Next panel, Christopher Leon Johnson. One more call for Christopher Leon Johnson. Sergeant of Arms is he. Thank you to all of our in-person panelists. If there anyone is there anyone else in the room who wishes to testify, please see Sergeant of Arms in the back. This concludes in-person testimony. We will now move on to virtual testimony. As a reminder to all virtual panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer and give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. First person, Mayra Garcia, Rima Izquierdo, Jennifer Chow, and Charles Elise.
You may begin. You may begin.
Rima Izquierdo. Jennifer Choi.
You may begin.
I'm unmuted. Okay, great. Thank you. Let's begin. Okay, so thank you, Chairs Joseph and Juan, for your direct and pointed questions today. My name is Jennifer Che. I am a professional special education advocate for parents. And, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't turn on my video. Sorry about that. I'm a special education advocate for parents and a fellow parent of a student with an IEP and an adult who had an IEP. I also run a 1,600-member online support group called New York City Parents of Teens with Disabilities. To be sure, we agreed with what Chair Joseph said today, which is that school transportation is an equity issue. Because on September 17th, the DOE did not deny a reporter's question from Epicenter, New York City's, and that question was that students with disabilities were being denied Omni cards, even though their peers without IEP transportations are able to have up to 4 free rides per day on weekends and on weekdays too. To us, this is a blatant civil rights violation. More importantly, this issue brings to light the obligation of the city to not only bring students with disabilities back and forth to school to learn, but also teach them how to use transportation, because the purpose of the IEP is not just to go to school and learn, but it is to prepare them for further education, future employment, and independent living. That is the purpose of the IDEA. This is why making sure our children have access to Omni cards, just like everyone else, would be important so that they have the opportunity to practice travel training, whether it's on their own, with a family member, with another government agencies, because they have access to that too, or with friends, whomever. Waiting for the DOE is obviously costly, and both chairs and members have asked enough questions about how needlessly long these rides are over commuting via the MTA. The wait for the DOE's travel training program is phenomenally long, and please feel free to ask me questions about that because my own child has gone through that process. And sadly, that particular travel training program is very limited because it teaches you how to just do one commute back and forth to school instead of teaching them how to actually go from one place to another. It's kind of like learning how to read a sentence versus learning how to read, period. And so, you know, the chatter on our group, in our online group of 1,600, not everyone's talking, obviously, is that the DOE really needs to be made to
Thank you for your
give
testimony. Your
these
time's
Omni cards
expired.
to students with disabilities now. Thank you.
Charlize Ellis, followed by Tanisha Grant.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me on. I'm a parent of a child that's in a non-public school. A few things I would like to touch on today is his current school does not have the NYC school account access code. So my son attends a non-public school that has not yet been issued their access codes from Office of Non-Public Schools data team. They've been requesting it since May of 2024. So yes, I downloaded the access to be able to track the rides in the buses, which we still have not yet been able to do. Secondly, is the school bus powers. The school bus power my son, who has a multiple diagnosis, so he does require, as on prior to his IUP, to have a bus power to travel with him due to his seizures and other disabilities. The power is actually from a vendor, so it's not from the school, and the process behind that is a little extensive sometimes. So if the vendor does not have a power available at that time, then my son can't go to school. And then it's a waiting game until they find someone to fill the spot. The bus staff is not fully trained for kids that's nonverbal. My son is nonverbal. He also has a wheelchair, and he also has other issues. The staff or the bus drivers should be trained to know how to work with kids that are nonverbal, how to understand body language of these kids. As well as, I disagree with the wait time for a bus in the mornings or for drop-offs. They say that it's been noted that the bus time to wait is 1 minute. After 1 minute, they are allowed to leave. Kids that have special needs sometimes have meltdowns or issues during the morning, which can cause a little bit more of a time to get downstairs or to get your child onto a bus. So a general ed child may need 1 minute or could have 1 minute and then a bus can leave. A special needs child that requires a wheelchair or any other issue, it's about 30 minutes of wait, 30 minutes of a time before it gets to a parent's house in the morning and does not have any issues or any violations given to them. OPT complaints and their issues. I filed multiple complaints over this last school year. It was throughout the matron and staff.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired.
The matron was very rude and ignorant, and nothing was done regarding or complaints that I had. The school bus liaison team had also requested complaints, and nothing was done.
Who's next?
Tanisha Grant, and then say all these other names afterwards, so they know when to. Wait, stop it, Susan. Stop it, Susan.
Tanisha Grant.
You may begin.
Hello, my name is Tanisha Grant. I am the Executive Director of Parent Support and Parents New York. Thank you, Chair, for having this very important meeting on contracts. I'm coming to you personally as a mother and grandmother, the grandmother of an 8-year-old grandson who happens to be nonverbal and high on the spectrum. Just this morning, Chair, my daughter called me and I had to send her a couple of dollars to get my grandson to school because the bus broke down. This type of thing happens all the time. It's really confusing that every start of the school year, our children with special needs are not getting the busing that they deserve. It's always an issue. Throughout the school year, my daughter will have to call me several times because I will have to pay for my grandson and my para to get to school because nobody's getting on the train. He doesn't really like the noise when on the train, so we have to do a whole bunch of things to make sure that he gets to school. Bus services should be stable. It shouldn't be every year. Parents know, grandparents know, care providers know that they're going to have a problem with their busing situation. When we talk about these contracts, we have to understand and we have to make sure that the contracts that we are giving out, the contracts that the city is giving out to the bus companies, are upheld by the bus companies' decent work of providing bus service. Now, we know things happen, and sometimes this happens and sometimes that happens. But Chair Joseph, what I'm saying is it happens too often. Too often, our children, especially our children that are eligible for bus services, do not get the bus services they need. So again, I appreciate you having this hearing, and I look forward to continuing to work with the council and work with our comrades to make sure that every child that is eligible for busing gets the great busing services that they need. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, Christopher Leon Johnson.
Hi, Chair Joseph and Chair Juan. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson, the record. Thank you for letting me speak. I was in the bathroom. I want to show my support for Intro 250. My reason is because my niece takes the bus. She used to take the bus. Now she walks home with my sister. We need them more. We need these stop arms. I prefer to be more in the back, and these stop arms need to be a little lower than not only on the midway of the bus, the low way of the bus, and they need to be strong as a bollard because some of these drivers don't listen at all. They don't give a crap about no stop arm. So, but if you make them strong enough to a car to hit one of those stop arms and their car get damaged, it'll work. It'll work. And what needs to start happening more is the state. I know you guys is in the city council, but this need to go to the state legislature. They need to introduce some bills to put it where, like, if you hit a school bus during operation times, you need to be prosecuted for a felony charge, not misdemeanors. And when it comes to intro, when it comes to about the contractors, I know you're the city council. This need to go to the mayor's office, but we all know this mayor is so don't care about protecting his boys and gals, and the mayors are, because they the ones that break all the laws with these violations and contracts. They need to start putting, like, every time a worker gets suspended, like an employee gets suspended, that need to be recorded to the tracker. They need to have a new portal so anybody, like any parent or any guardian that has a bus company, in real time gets to know if any time an employee been suspended or an employee been terminated, because people need to have the right to know. There's a big issue with certain these companies begin these contracts, but it comes out that we find out that some employees are so dirty and rotten. It is like how you get a contract. But we all know it's politics in a nutshell. That's why this mayor, Eric Adams, is in this situation because of his dirty dealings as a mayor. But we all know that it's all pay to play when it comes to getting these contracts. So I'm sure my support for both of these bills. I think you introduced those bills, Joseph, with the contracts. I believe it's a good contract. And this resolution to support putting stop arms into the buses is great. So I support both bills. I hope it gets passed in the city council. But we all know that's up to the state. And we hope that the governor, Hochul, doesn't veto the bill, because we don't know it's about money here. So thank you. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you for your testimony. Moving back to virtual testimony, next virtual panel, Chad Royer, Mark Conslaves, Susan Giordano, and Karen Godicio. If I butchered your name, please apologize.
You may begin.
Chad Royer.
Okay. All right, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, so good afternoon. My name is Chad Royer, and I'm a parent of two children, one who has a disability, and I'm a former parent association president in one school and a parent association vice president in another. So my experience with busing, I'm speaking as a parent, by the way. My experience with busing delays is rather extensive and not without a pile of OPT complaints. Many stories, many disappointments, but I also have a wealth of recommendations. Sidebarring on the intro of 515, I think it's important that we consider some other points to be added to it for it to pass. It's a good start. But one idea I have, when a bus contract is negotiated with a busing company, it would be very helpful for accountability purposes to have a mandate of additional buses to be made available in the event that buses break down or drivers or drivers are not available in order to get approved for the contract. When buses break down, oftentimes it's been communicated that a driver would have to wait for a bus to return to route origin after returning from completing a trip. This tells me that bus companies carry the bare minimum of buses per route, per school, and that bus companies will not prioritize having additional drivers and additional buses so that routes can be better planned out to carry more students to school in a timely manner. This happened to me about a year or two ago, where we actually got a bus company terminated for purposely violating the mandate. And one major thing was a bus kept breaking down and there was no other bus available. Some students do have limited time on their IEP. Some buses carry multiple school routes on the same trip, when in fact this can cause delays in early arrival to school and late drop-offs in the afternoon. Why not concentrate on having one bus dedicated per school, one dedicated school per bus as a start? I would say, please consider a stipulation of mandating a minimum of additional emergency buses available in accordance to the number of students traveling to school, so that we as parents don't have to wait long hours for a replacement bus that sometimes doesn't come. Also, I just want to end on this. OPT complaints is really not fair to the parents at large when we get results after having to escalate. We file a complaint, we're expecting a return. It should be fair across the board. But my idea to be
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired.
Mark Gonsalves.
Hi, how you doing? Chair Joseph, Chair Juan, thank you for holding this hearing. I'm Mark Gonsalves. I am co-chair of the Citywide Council on Special Education and a parent of two students with IEPs, one of whom has had door-to-door busing for the past 12 years. I'm speaking today as a parent and not as a member of CCSE. The DOE and OPT try hard, there's no doubt about that, but too often students and families have missing buses that take well more than 2 hours to get to and from school, and buses that are constantly late. The DOE testified today that only 5,100 families are using a GPS tracking app on a daily basis out of the 145,000 students taking the bus. Let me give you just one reason why. The OPT's own phone hotline message states that only Pioneer Bus and NYC Umbrella Bus are eligible for the app. If OPT can't even figure out how to use the app, then how are families and students able to figure it out? For that matter, I'm still waiting to be able to use the app as I still get an error message that something went wrong. Please try again. Been going on, this is now the second year. OPT has tried to figure it out. They can't figure it out. We also heard testimony from the DOE that they can't support these students with after-school busing due to EPP. And yet, NYCS Bus just signed a new contract with their drivers. NYCS Bus was purchased with New York City taxpayer money and is run effectively by the mayor's appointees. NYCS Bus could have made these changes to support after-school students, but the current administration of the city doesn't want to support these students with disabilities. The testimony that NYCS Bus has been reducing their number of routes is a colossal failure. We should be aiming to have 100% of our routes under New York City school bus and not reducing the percentage of routes. This is clearly a failure of our city's administration. The DOE spoke about Omni cards and how great they were in their initial testimony. But as the city council correctly called out, students with disabilities are not eligible for these cards. The OPT testified that students with disabilities and other students needing busing from school-sponsored after-school events are not eligible for late busing or for Omni cards. What the DOE is saying is that this administration is comfortable discriminating against students with disabilities. Let's be crystal clear about that. New York City DOE busing is problematic, but it starts with the leadership of our city, starts at the mayor's office. There are amazing leaders and people in the DOE, including those that testified in front of you today. But the key problem is the incompetence that's in the mayor's office and the failure to support our students and families. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Susan Giordano.
You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I work for Tegerman Elementary School, and we've had a really difficult year this year for busing. It's been difficult to work with the bus companies. They are late, sometimes don't show up. Their staffing is an issue, and I was just amazed to find out we weren't the only ones that are having this problem. I just wanted to see what you guys think you can do to help resolve that.
Was that the end of your testimony, Susan?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Karen Gaudioso?
You may begin.
You just hit the unmute button. Yeah, I unmuted you, the host.
Hi, yes, this is Karen. I also work for Tegerman Elementary School. And just like my coworker stated, I've been working here over 5 years, and this has to be probably one of the worst years that we've had with busing. Either we get answers, there's no drivers, there's no buses, we have route changes we're not notified about, and the worst is when we try to contact a bus that is extremely late, either picking children up in the morning or the afternoon, the dispatch companies are not picking up their phones. We are either getting voicemails or busy signals, or it just goes straight to, like I said, I'm sorry, straight to voicemail. So we're having a lot of problems contacting these buses. Now, I know OPT has been trying to help us, but we're just not getting a fast enough reaction for these special needs students. I'm finished with my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Next panel, Adriana Alicia, followed by Maggie Sanchez, Paulette Healy, Rima Izquierdo, and Myra Garcia. Adriana?
You may begin.
Okay, Roman, I need you to come over here quickly and sit down. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairs Joseph and Juan. My name is Adriana Licea. I am the chair of the Special Education Committee of the Chancellor's Parent Advisory Council, and I am a member of the Panel for Educational Policy representing Queens CEC presidents. I'm here today testifying in my own capacity to address some ongoing and critical issues with the Office of Pupil Transportation, specifically regarding busing, the VIA app, and persistent problems with the distribution of Omni cards. I would also like to note that at the most recent PEP meeting, mayoral appointees introduced updated bylaws that would eliminate the Contracts Committee and augment general public comment. I encourage you, Chair Joseph, and anyone else that's interested to view that reporting on the New York City Public Schools website. So, as for the VIA app, which OPT has directed families to use, is simply not functioning as intended. There are chronic issues with GPS tracking, preventing families from reliably accessing the app to know the whereabouts of their children. This is not just an inconvenience, it is a safety issue, and it further erodes the trust in the system. Plainly, Chairs, OPT, and New York City Public Schools' lack of forethought and planning continues to put our children in danger. Having said that, as you can imagine, the busing situation in Queens is troubling. While Mr. Risbook was testifying earlier today, I reached out to the CEC 24 president, and she shared, and I quote, "There are students in District 24, this is Community School District 24, who spend 3 to 4 hours on the bus daily. Chairs, this is a clear violation of their IEPs, as has been illuminated multiple times today. These are children who are supposed to receive a free, appropriate public education, but instead they're losing instructional time and services due to these excessive travel times. One reason for this is the lack of paraprofessionals traveling with students, as illuminated again earlier today, even when required by their IEPs. However, parents are often discouraged from requesting this support because if the para is unavailable, the child is denied transportation, which leads to further absenteeism, as we heard maybe 2 people before me who testified. I would also like to address the ongoing Omni card issues. First, why were the cards distributed in non-sequential order? This has made tracking them unnecessarily difficult. Second, why did the number of identifying characters increase from 9 to 16, breaking alignment with MTA and NYCPS systems? This is a data issue. Third, why weren't additional resources provided to school secretaries who now face an undue burden in managing these cards? This is a data issue. And finally, why were schools like Junior High School 190, aka Russell Sage Middle School in District 28, Community School District 28, forced to request an additional 250 Omni cards just to meet basic student needs? For further details on busing issues, I encourage you to reach out to the president of Community Education Council 24, that's Senora Veronica Piedra Leon, and for any questions about Omni cards in District 28, please reach out to the CEC
Thank you
president,
for your testimony. Your time
CJ
has expired.
Ramjetan. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie.
You may begin.
Hello. Hello, how are you? My name is Maggie Sanchez. My name is Maggie Sanchez. I am a member of the Citywide Council on Special Education, but I will be speaking here on my personal capacity. As a parent of a child with a disability who's received busing for many years now, a lot of the experiences that have been pointed out here in other testimonies is one that I share. And one of the issues personally that I've come across is getting a NICSA account. There is a lot of lack of communication between the New York the Department of Education and schools, 853 schools or 4410 schools on how the process goes for getting that access code that many of the families need. The access codes don't come from the schools; they come from the districts or the DOE itself. and also being able to fix whatever issues, whether it's the wrong address in the system, in the computer system, or whether it's birth date or name, and that creates a barrier for getting a NICSA account as well. On OmniCards, it is discriminatory to exclude students with transportation on their IEPs from receiving these cards that are available to all other students, considering the level of busing issues that we've stated here. Regarding the emergency contacts for school staff, school transportation staff should be provided a war phone, since the one-to-one contact between families and staff is critically important to continue, because the students with disabilities, things happen on the bus, and we can go through loopholes to reach out to staff or to resolve those issues. As you've heard, bus companies, a lot of the times, they're not responsive. OPT is not able to disclose a lot of the information to us, the families, like the route information and stuff like that, or the timing of the bus or things like that the bus will arrive. So that's important to consider. They are transporting our precious cargo, which is our kids. So that's one of the points that I would like to make, to be considered. Fair wages for transportation staff has to be the key to recruiting and
Thank you for your
hiring.
testimony. Your time's expired.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Paulette Healy.
May begin.
Hello, thank you, Chair, for holding this very important hearing. Yet again, we are here talking about busing. It was very disturbing to hear from OPT that they're considering using VIA to offset their routing programming, because when OPT does it by hand, it is disruptive and unnecessarily complicated. But now to put it into an app is a very scary notion, considering how much VIA has failed our families within their rollout, is inconsistent in implementation, and let's come to the core. VIA is a system that came to fame because they were efficient in delivering packages for Amazon. More efficient routing possibilities for our students is horrifying to me. So I'm going to push with all my might to make sure that doesn't happen, especially since we're still investigating whether VIA was open to open bids during the process, because I don't believe it was. All that to say, I also wanted to acknowledge that I do stand in support of Intro Reso 0250. From Councilmember Riley, who has been an amazing advocate for our disability community, as well as fighting for climate control on all buses, not just minibuses. And in terms of Intro 0515, I do believe more oversight is necessary to connect parents to who the bus drivers are, who the bus companies are. But just to reiterate, our founder at PIST, Sarah Catalano, we are not trying to pit one faction of parents against another faction of people. We know for a fact our bus drivers and bus matrons are parents themselves and are struggling to put food on their table. So when we are talking about opening up the contracts yet again, we cannot go forth in good conscience without making sure EPP is in place in order to offset the turnover that we're already seeing, that is mitigating the staffing shortages that prevents our children from going to school. We sounded the alarm 15 years ago when Bloomberg removed EPP from the contracts, and we knew that this would be the lived impact. And we are seeing it play out in real time, where our children are going an entire month without having the supports needed for them to be able to attend school. In terms of the Omni, We knew the minute they rolled it out that our students with disabilities would not be eligible for it, just because they're going to use a loophole to continue discriminating against our disability community by not allowing them access to PSAL, to after-school programs, to after-school activities like plays and musicals, and debate teams and things of that nature. Even tutoring for those of our
Thank you.
children
Your
who
time
are.
expired.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you for your testimony. Rima Escuerdo.
You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, chairs, for allowing me to speak today. So a lot of people have spoken about all common threads, so I'm going to try to extract unique information. So one of the issues that I haven't heard a lot about is early and late to school. So students are being picked up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go to school and still not getting to school on time. As far as I know, routes are supposed to start at 6:30 a.m. and they're getting picked up late. So like they'll get picked up late after school, so they'll get out at 2:50. They won't get picked up till 4 o'clock. Also, they're getting dismissed before time. So for example, if the school ends at 2:50, the students are getting dismissed as early as 1:30 for busing and missing instructional time. And some students are missing instructional time in the front of the day and in the back of the day. And this is also leading to behaviors due to inconsistent scheduling and inconsistent pickup times. I didn't mention, but I am here speaking on behalf of where I work, which is Synergia, another parent center, such as Include NYC and Advocates for Children. And so we're also seeing this uptick of busing issues in our advocacy, particularly around our non-public school students that go to 853 and 4410 schools, who may have different session times and are seeing multiple schools on buses where students are now either being picked up too early or left on buses later because the schools have different session times and they're not aligning, and the routing just doesn't make sense, where it would be easier to have one school on a particular bus. This is not what's happening. Even age bands, we're having students in kindergarten and high school and on the same bus. Also, the New York City bus app, if parents don't have access to the New York City school app, they don't have access to the bus app. If they don't have access to either of these, they can't see their transportation information, their route information, their bus company information. They can't see anything, the route number. And then when they don't have access to the bus app, you can't identify for a student that doesn't speak, for example, if they're getting to school and sitting there for a half an hour. And I want to comment that OPT, as per their liaison, say that the meter for the time of the route stops when the student arrives to the address. So if they're sitting in front of the school for 45 minutes because the route starts too early, that is not going to be flagged on OPT's GPS time. That is something that a parent or a school has to flag. And if that's not, then the students are just left there sitting to wait. Additionally, OmniCards are not provided to parents that have to take their students to school. So a student may be given a card, but the parent is not, and they're left to pay to get on the bus, even though this is the financial responsibility of the school for not having whatever they need in place to get that student to school. Additionally, rideshare, please look into the rideshare contract.
Thank you. Your time expired.
Thank you. Please look into the rideshare contract.
Thank you so much. Mayra Garcia.
You may begin.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Mayra Garcia. I am one of the directors at the iHope School, which is a private school serving some of the city's most medically fragile students, primarily students with brain injury who are nonverbal and non-ambulatory. All of our students use OPT transportation to and from school from all over the 5 boroughs. Our population's main concern has been shared a lot throughout today. We have 130 students enrolled, and as of today, 68 of those students have had collectively over 400 absences just in this beginning of the school year related to transportation issues. At the beginning of the school year, we have students without routes, without transportation paras, without travel nurses, although it is pursuant to their IEP mandate. As a result of this, students have missed weeks of school and counting. Some students are on the bus, those that do have routes, for 2 or 3 hours, arriving home extremely late. These students have daily seizures. They have a high maintenance medical needs. They have scheduled medications that must be administered at a certain time of the day, and they're missing these interventions due to the busing delays. Students with severe disabilities are missing time for educational and mandated therapeutic services. On top of that, these private school students who cannot be served by the public school have families who are advocating for tuition reimbursement from the DOE for these private school placements. Yet, not only are these students missing time in school, but now the parents are at risk of losing their tuition reimbursement due to these high attendance issues, which are caused by transportation. So it's an extremely unfair process, and it's completely out of the parents' control. As much as we, the school, or the parents advocate for changes, there is immense delays causing huge attendance issues for all of these families, as they cannot transport their students to and from school independently due to them having wheelchairs and not having the travel support that they need with the students. Thank you for having us today. We hope that there's some resolution after this hearing, and I'm available to answer any questions necessary.
Thank you so much. Veronica O'Neill.
You may begin.
Hello. Can you hear me or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm not good at this technical stuff. All right. I don't think any child should be left on the bus for 5 hours a day. Like children, they don't eat in school all day long. You know, they really don't eat when they're in school. Because I don't. My grandson comes home and he's hungry. He has a snack. You know, if he gets home after 5, it's like time to have dinner and take a bath and get ready for bed practically. So I don't know. There's something wrong with the bus route because this didn't happen last year. And I tracked the bus, and the bus goes like, you know, they go, I don't know if you in Queens, like they go from Queens Boulevard to Northern Boulevard to Astoria Boulevard. Like they're all over the place. I think that a human has to review the GPS. Like they, you know, the computer could like put dots on the map of where everybody has to get picked up, but a human should help with the route, you know, to make a logical straight line on the way to school to pick up kids instead of like all over the place. And the bus driver told me that the route this year is 2.5 hours, and that's too long, you know, for any kid to stay on the bus for 5 hours a day. You know, I don't know. That's what I have to say, because kids need exercise too. You know, they're getting robbed of, like, you know, downtime.
If the following panelists are logged onto Zoom and wish to testify, please use the raise hand feature so a member of our staff can unmute you. Sarah Loyar from St. Nick's Alliance, Azalia Valpe, Monica De Jesus, Cynthia Vaca, Jeffrey Gibson, Natasha Gonzalez, Tara Sutzman, Sarah Block, Sanal Malpani, Dr. Catherine Hallett, Allison Parisi, and Allison Campbell. If you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. Since we see no hands, this hearing is now adjourned.